Hello, today I'm going to do a basic geography of the Americas. First, if we anchor to the idea that Jackson County, Missouri is somehow tied to the Garden of Eden, that Adam on Diamond was where Adam blessed his children. At some point, Noah has to build a boat. So if they were already using boats, getting on this river, going downstream, is like falling off a log. Getting on this river going downstream is like falling off a log. It seems to say he built a boat on a mountaintop. So Noah has to depart. Ironically, it would be funny if this replica Noah's Ark was actually Noah's Ark up by Big Bone Lick. I didn't put exactly where that was. If he got here, he would have to go upstream. At Louisville, there are waterfalls. You would have to stop. So then he could go over land, build his ark. Or my previous intuition was somehow he built his ark down here near Merit Island, which is an Egyptian word. We named the island off of some Spanish guy. The Spanish guy doesn't have two T's in his name. Cocoa Beach. Coco. Repeat. Should give you a clue. That's an Egyptian word. Okay, it doesn't matter. In the Mormon culture universe, we believe Noah started somewhere here, built a boat, there was a big flood, and if you want to believe that he landed up here in Anatolia or wherever in Turkey, fine. It would be a nice bookend if he landed here. But this could also be a bookend. The peoples that were the leaders of Egypt said they came from the west, and I think they said by boat. Boating was certainly important to Egypt. Egypt had an upper Egypt and a lower Egypt. This is lower Egypt. It's in the north, but it's lower because of the way the water flows. This is upper Egypt. So if you look at a map, you kind of have an upper America and a lower America based on shadow. Okay, so this is based on height. The sun rises in the east, sets in the west. It creates a shadow. There's a shadow to the north or a shadow to the south, depending on which continent you live on. Determines the season. So when it's winter in America, it's summer in the south. When it's summer in the south. So America, in the fractal, is a larger form of the Nile. Okay, so Noah is going here. He's leaving a place and going here. This place in Isaiah is called the Old Nation, or the Old Nations, multiple kings. It seems to be the Middle East had a problem. Noah was coming to fix the problem. If you think about this like capture the flag, this border or territory seemed to have issues. And someone captured the wrong flag, so you have to go capture that flag. At the same time, you want to protect your home base so no one captures your flag. So this is why the story of Jared and Mahanrai is important. I believe they started in the Levant. So we could give this Middle Eastern territory. So let's just put out some markers. We got the Pillar of Hercules. We got the Pillar of Chad Lake. We've got a pillar up here. So if you just look at old maps, these were actual things that they said were pillars or columns or whatever. The Straits of Gibraltar, the Pillar of Hercules. Lake Chad had a pillar. There was a pillar over here near Afghanistan. And then let's just put one right here. This is a dangerous area. So now, if I were to connect these pillars, I have 4 pillars. Now I have a territory that I'll just describe as the land of desolation. Look at the desolation. Sahara means desolation. The empty quarter. This is desolated. It looks like nuclear bombs went off here. Something went wrong here. So we have to give a label to this general territory. And the label for that general territory, I could call the Levant, but it includes all of this. But I have to use a label that's already been used, and so I'm going to call it Babylonia. So Babylonia isn't this little tiny area here. Babylonia is this entire war game. So the Egyptians talk about other nations. The Israelites have this word for goy, for nations, and Abraham would be the father of many nations. And somehow over time, goy meant to be the outgroup, meaning anyone but the house of Israel. And Abraham has 2 other children, or 2 other sets of children. He has the Ishmaelites and the Midianites. What's interesting about the Hebrew scriptures is Abraham was given a land of promise, and it was called the land of Canaan, and that got translated somehow to be tied to one of the sons of Ham, who was therefore the grandson of Noah. Canaan probably meant, the chaos of Babylon. So you have this tile on earth. You have 4 corners that are visible pillars. These are your territories. There's some sort of disaster, desolation, destruction, mayhem that goes on. So where does it start? Well, it starts in the highlands of the Nile. This is before Noah comes, and then the pharaohs start up here. And it starts by a group called the Nubians. Nubia, literally in Egyptian, means gold. These are the people that loved gold. They carved out of stone a tower and put it up here. The tower was carved out of stone. It was subtraction. It was the king of Amen, Ra, maybe. So there are 2 types of gods. There are gods that want to subtract and gods that want to add. The addition god, the god of Isaiah, puts the clay on the wheel and keeps adding clay. It's an addition process. He is the pot. He and his Asherah, his consort, is the potter. This is the potter's wheel of Egypt. This is the god Kenmun, which is the addition god. Somehow a subtraction god came onto the scene. He used the label of gold. He came up here, carved out of stone. He subtracted, and he built a tower. You call that tower the king's chamber. Okay, there it is. So the king's chamber is now covered up by a pyramid. Those are 2 different things. So if you zoom out and say, okay, this was a territory for one of the, why do you need territories? If this is one territory, why do you need a territory? The Egyptians said they had 9 bows. They had 9 other peoples, so if this is one, that means there's other territories. So I would say Europa, I would call this Galicia. The heartland of Galicia would have been Switzerland. Geneva Lake, Geneva would be this territory. Mongolia, China, India, Japan, Australia, Africa, the rest of Africa, right? So this was part of Africa. America 1, America 2. Did I get to 10? Okay, if you can't get to 10, use your hands. Your left hand and your right hand. Your thumb on your right hand is India. Have your palm facing away from you. So India is the largest right hand nation. The right hand is the masculine. So whatever that means in the creations, maybe the men wore the pants in that god system, and in the left hand the women wore the pants, like they were in charge. Who's the most high? There's a masculine and a feminine. Your right hand, India. Okay, your next finger, where is it going to go? It's going to go to the Middle East. The Levant, Canaan, Babylonian, Sahara. Maybe Sahara is a good name for this. If you just look at it, it's not green. And then my middle finger would have to stretch, but it would go to Mongolia. Then my ring finger would go to China. And then my pinky would be Japan, Little China. Okay, so leave that hand there. You've got half the map. Now put your other hand. Your other hand is palm facing you. Your thumb would be the largest nation of the feminine. And it has to intersect the other hand. Not intersect by touch, but come close to it. So your pointer finger of your left hand is Geneva, Switzerland, what I'm going to call Galicia, Europa. It's feminine. It's your pointer finger. It's pointing between your pointer and middle finger of your right hand. So your right hand, if you recall, the pointer finger was Sahara, or the Middle East, or the Levant. Right above it is Europa. My thumb is all the way across. That's North America. My middle finger is Africa. My ring finger is South America. My pinky could have been Antarctica, could have been Polynesia, it could have been Australia, right? If you look at Australia also looks like it got hit by some nuclear bombs. Look at that desolation. Antarctica probably also got hit by some sort of attack. But if you drop a bunch of ice first, you can't destroy the land. Like, this land is forever altered. So you can just look at the shades. So these are lands of desolation, Sahara. You're going to notice that it looks like I got one right there. And then I've definitely got one in this region, or several. So these would be Saharas, desolation. And anciently it seems like this was one. They say there was a comet sort of strike here on Greenland, but again, because of the Iceland, or the ice covering, maybe it blocked things. And then we're supposed to have some sort of glacial melt and all that, or it could have been this, these glacial flows could have been projectiles. So why are there 10,000 lakes here and lakes here, but not 10,000 lakes here? Maybe somehow this was a shield And some of this ice was shooting up in the air from this impact and making all these lakes, like these huge pieces of ice. Lots of lakes here, lots of lakes here. The land of 10,000 lakes, the land of 10,000 lakes. Okay, so now I have a model of 10 territories on the earth. The second part of the model is, why are they here? This is supposed to be a garden. It's a blue-green water world. Oh, look. It's blue, it's green, except for the desolations. It's a water world. It's a garden. It's a temple. It has a name. The name of this planet in the cosmos is likely Mormona, because in the fractal you'll notice blue water and islands. Now let me zoom out. This is an island in the empty space. Likely this is in the far, far west in the cosmos universe, but when you get to the far, far west, somehow through a wormhole or something, you're immediately in the far east. So the best way to connect the east and the west is this way. The west is your left hand, is the feminine. The right is your right hand, is the masculine. So when the masculine puts the phallus in the well, out from the east, a child will be born and will die every day, right? And in the fractal, that's what life is. You're born and you die. You're born and you die. And the earth and the sun is just a daily reminder of that. So this is one territory. We could carve out the other territories and be precise. These are the masculine territories. These are the feminine territories. So that would mean the cosmic war, the war in heaven, seems to be a gender war. There seems to be a gender component. So someone here created destruction, brought mayhem. And so one of the things that seemed to have existed, and so this might have been like commission, like the 10, their boundaries. So I would imagine there were boundaries, and then there would be like kind of like a utility shed. And if I had a utility shed, this would be your utility shed. And in the utility shed, this is where the gods would come and, kind of manage the system. And if there are boundaries, this is like the off-limit zone, right? You're not supposed to be here. And the whole idea of a boundary is the Mongols were supposed to be in the Mongol area, and they weren't supposed to invade down here. But because mayhem and chaos occurred, the game and the rules of the game changed. It changed to capture the flag. And so then you could be aggressive like the Khan people who came and corrected the Caliphate people who were abusing the trade systems here. Or you could be subtle like the Indians who let Alexander the Macedonian come and conquer them because they had no fortresses. So all of their knowledge would infuse with the Macedonians. Abraham seems to be a dropship. He's been given this land as a human to take over because of whatever happened, whatever the mayhem was. You could say the mayhem is the fall, the collapse, the Sahara, desolation. So then if you read the Hebrew Bible says the land of Canaan that Abraham was to inherit is from the Euphrates, all of Arabia, to the Nile. So this was his carve-out, according to the Hebrew Bible. But then if you look at what the children of Ishmael did after Muhammad came into power, they took all of the land here. They kind of pushed in here a little bit, but they kind of maintained and respected this boundary. But then they took all of this land. So this was the emirate, and this was the caliphate. And then they took, so you can see there's a little desolation up there. This is almost all green except for Iberia. Then they came and took this land. And until 1492, the Moors were present in this land. The Battle of Granada, 1492 is when they got ousted out of this land. And ironically, they got ousted because it seems like some big boat landed, crashed into this shoreline. Seems like the Portuguese and the Spanish found this boat, replicated this boat, and created instead of Noe, it was called the Nau. King James of Portugal finally can go and start conquering these peoples. And then he goes around here, and this was like a free trade zone. Peaceful. Because the Caliphate and the Indians were running it. So you got the Portuguese come in here. They have these big ships, and they become the pirates of the Indian Ocean. There were pirates, but this was the pirate land, just this part of trade. So before that, India would trade goods with all of its brothers, right? So with China and Japan, there were these trade routes by boat. India would collect those goods and trade them into Aleppo. So that means this waterway, this is probably a port, this is probably a port. You'd go up the river as far as you could, you get to the highlands, and that is a port. Whether your sails allow you to go upstream or you need people to row the boat, it doesn't matter. Aleppo was receiving a gift or a homage or a tribute or a tip from the Gangan subcontinent since 4000 BC. This was a peaceful trade route. The trade routes here were not the Silk Road. These mountains are so tall. These are Kachakachas. It's the top of the world. So the trade routes here with Mongolia would have been the north of the Caspian Sea. There was a river, the land of Mongolia. So they would trade down here. They would cross the sea. There would be ports here. There would be small rivers here. And yes, right here was the land routes, because you have to get from one river system to another. So Genghis Khan came down and corrected the Emirates. His grandson actually partnered with one of the Emirate leaders, and that partner was a Muslim, or the Emirates had 7 pillars of Islam. He was very well educated. He ran one of the forts up here. So these are little river systems. And he kind of helped the grandson of Genghis Khan come and conquer the first forts, because he felt like his people were robbing the poor in their trade allowances. So Tehran today is the same port area, it's just further away. But these were all little streams, and they had little forts there. I forget which fort he was in. But when Genghis Khan's grandson came in, he destroyed 4 of the largest cities in the world, because the Emirates, according to their contract or agreement or oath that through Abraham, was supposed to make trade free and available. But they were exploiting the trade system. So Genghis Khan's family corrected that. This Aleppo to Ganga trade route seemed to be unblemished. The challenge was always this trade route because of this corridor. And I learned about Iriantum before. Iriantum was the solution. The problem during the time of King Solomon was called Tarshish. You were stuck between a rock and a hard place, like flint and a rock. The Nubians were running the piracy here on this side. Mitsiwa, Keren, so there's wadis that take you up to the highlands, but basically they were the marauders on this side of the water. Because if this is a safe zone, so this is a safe zone, so you're traveling, leg 1, you're in a safe zone. Leg 2, you have to get through the danger and then land before you can get up into port, whether it's the Levant or Egypt. So this is Devil's Corner. In my language, I would call it Devil's Corner. If you read Isaiah, Ezekiel, and Psalms and Proverbs and Ecclesiastes carefully, there's a metaphor here about ivory tusks. Because eventually, once Solomon broke this blockade, this piracy blockade, he was given gifts from the king of Tyre. He was giving or getting gifts from Saba, right? And so I would say, once you got to grandmother's house here, over the river and through the woods, to grandmother's house we go, you're safe. So his solution for Iriantum was to fight against Tarshish. He created a navy. To create a navy, he worked with the king of Tyre, the Phoenicians, on how to build plank ships. He got cedars from Lebanon for the masts, because I guess cedars you'd want to have light, or the seating for the rowers. From Bashan, he got oak to make rows that wouldn't break, right? You want a rowboat, you're going to row at some point. You want your oar to be strong so it doesn't break. You want it to not absorb a lot of water, so oak would be a good solution. So it seems like Solomon was the wise because he was an entrepreneur. He saw a problem, he opened the market, and everyone got wealthy, just like in Aleppo. And once every 3 years, it seems like the merchants who were no longer losing all their goods here would give him a gift every 3 years, as a tribute, as a tip, or whatever. So the port people are always making their money, but there was a bonus for the same reason. Aleppo was a wealthy, wealthy city because of its tributes, but at every port you're paying some sort of exchange. This is the foundation of marketing. There's a risk for the goods to arrive safely in port. In our language, we say when your ship comes in, because if you invested in a ship, it could, get in a storm and you lose all your merchandise, or you go to a place where it gets robbed by pirates, everyone gets killed, and it's kind of like an all-in gamble. You're bearing risk, but when it comes in, you're selling salt or pepper or whatever that cost a penny over here for $1. So part of the pricing situation is how much risk are you bearing? This is why Genghis Khan's family came in and corrected these people. What risk were they bearing right here? This was the only part of the travel. So if you're taking goods from here, so let's say this is the major center for where all goods are coming, and you're going to take those goods all the way up to Mongolia, and this group is charging way more for their trade routes than any other part, Genghis Khan is going to come in and destroy cities and say this is wrong. You don't rob, you don't exploit the system incorrectly. So if you're in the Sahara Desert and you want to sell a bottle of water, certainly it makes sense that you're going to charge a little bit more. This is called price discrimination. However, if you charge 10,000 times more, then it's exploitation. Isaiah chapter 1, the great sin of Sodom and Gomorrah is to grind the face of the poor. Sodom and Gomorrah literally would go out and harvest asphalt. It would just float to the surface of the Dead Sea. It was a free gift from the gods. But then they would exploit the poor. Like they had all this wealth. And that's the slippery slope of being wealthy. So this used to be called the Lake of Asphalt. It's fallen, it's below sea level now, but it's fallen 1,000 feet below sea level. And I would estimate that at the time of the Messiah death event, this area was not so dry. So there was the Sodom and Gomorrah airburst, but I think there was an airburst at the Messiah death event because the waters fell another 50 feet. Okay, so now let's back up and see where we were. Okay, so it seems like there's 9 borders. Jared and Mahon. So we're doing some math. Jared, so let's say he went to where Noah departs. That would be a nice bookend. They start building a boat. Some friends are like, hey, can we have a boat? So how many boats does he build? He builds 8. Noah has 1. Jared has 8. 1 plus 8 is 9. You're not to 10 yet. Oh, but wait. If you read Irvin Finkel's story, in the Akkadian, in the Babylonian, someone built a boat without permission. So again, remember, this is where the mess up occurred. This is the boundary where chaos ensued. Even though the Council of the Gods said you're not supposed to build your boat, this guy built a boat. All of these boats were designed to be thick timbered, to go under the waters, except for this boat. This boat was built out of flaxen cord or whatever. It was built kind of into big ropes that then kind of turned into circles like a snake. And it was kind of like this big, basket, but it was a boat, and it used bitumen, which is this black tar, which is kind of what the Dead Sea produces. And it was a sealant, and it was big, and it survived the flood. So now we have 10 parties survived the flood. Everyone else that didn't survive seemed to have been allowed to evacuate, or they died, right? So those were the choices. So Noah is like, hey, if you don't want to die, go with my grandfather Enoch or get on my boat. And I could be wrong that it was his great-grandfather. It doesn't matter. And then Noah arrives, and it says he becomes a husbandman. He then starts to plow the soils, do whatever. Was he the leader in Egypt? Whatever. I don't know any of that. But all I do know is that these things likely happened at the same time. So what was the original intent of the tower? It seems to me like the tower, so if you have 10 parties invited to a planet, it seems like the tower was some sort of telecom device, and I would call it a universal translator. So you had some way for someone to say certain syllables and someone to hear those syllables, but because you're from 10 different solar systems or star seeds or whatever, it was some universal transmitter. So this Mahan event seems to be that they were using this transmitter maybe to communicate off planet and to say this is where the rebels are hiding, or this is the hospital, or whatever the message would be. And then it would seem like the heavens rain down fire, right? Does this not look like a nuclear holocaust right here? So to protect people from death and destruction, you're going to get them off planet, or you're going to put them in a boat that's so thick that when it rains this nuclear radioactive material, it won't cause radiation inside the boat. But then, if the Earth is wrapped in a film or a firmament of ice, you're going to collapse the ice before the fire hits. And it's going to create a flood as that ice starts to melt. In China, they have the number 4 to represent their 4 pillars, and I don't know where they would be. The yellow people, the Yangtze River, they call the number 4 death because they said their 4 columns collapsed and the firmament collapsed and brought death. So that could have been a worldwide flood. So now we're going back to Jared and Mahonri. At the same time, you're playing capture the flag. Noah is leaving here to go to war because something is afoul in Denmark, but not Denmark, in Sahara. And so then it seems like these other groups, and so like this could have very well been like the control center for the watchers, for the gods. So it would make sense that this is where they would have built, where Jared would have taken off. And if this is the control center, now they're going to flight. If, Noah is coming here to go on the offensive, Enoch is picking up all of the evacs, I would say around the world, then the gods are like, okay, let's replant our seeds. Noah's bringing his seed here to fix the problem. So we got to send our seeds back to these places. So Jared and Mahonri, their job was to be the North America seed. There were 8 boats. They're not tethered together. There's going under the water and above the water. Urim and Thummim are the lights of Ur, Urim. These are the lights that are lighting the boat. Okay, so this is where one boat went. You're playing capture the flag. You want to capture your flag. One of the boats had to go to the old nation. One of the boats had to go here. So we're assuming there was a complete annihilation of all humans. Some people could have gone to mountaintops, into caves, and survived. The point is, these are the commissioned boats to represent the 10 invitees on planet Earth. Mormona is the name of the planet. Okay, so now China says the number 4, death, destruction, the flood, is all associated with itself. But likely they kind of had a drop ship, a boat, because Mahonri built a boat for someone that likely ended up there. Mahonri didn't tether 7 boats to his 8th boat. Now this is important because Noah, there's the number 8 associated with Noah. Mahonri now has the number 8. If you look at the Chinese, the number 8 talks about the division. The division, the river islands are created. So maybe Pangea was before. Who knows? I think it was Charles Hapgood explained that if the tectonic plates kicked off, you could move the entire Earth system in hours. Then if you read the story of the flood in the biblical tradition, it says the waters from below broke up, the fountains from below, those could have been the volcanoes, the tectonic plates, and the windows of heaven opened, and this was the great flood, desolation, destruction. So it seems like one God is about to rain down fire, so the other God rains down ice and water before the fire hits. But the firmament would have allowed you to live 900 years, and then all of a sudden all of these traditions say, oh, you can only live 120 years. But if the fountains of the deep break and the planetary, you can see this. Do you see how this South America would just snugly fit into Africa? So this could have taken less than a year to move if the tectonic plates and the fountains of the deep were open. And the fountains of the deep and the tectonic plates may have needed to be open because then the center core, the iron core of the planet, would start to rotate. And if the center of the planet started to rotate, to replace the firmament where you could live 900 years, you now have an electromagnetic field, and you can only live 110 years. You're getting baked more by the sun, the electromagnetic field's not helping, your body is cooking faster. However, this random electromagnetic field seems to be able to stop communications from afar, right? So that could have been part of the system. So now we have Noah going one direction, Jared going the other direction, 7 boats going somewhere, and then the Irving Finkel Akkadian boat. You've got 10 boats, 10 territories. Okay, so that's all important because you have to understand the context of what Nephi's job is. So if I were to rank order people in terms of their jobs, Noah was important, but Enoch was probably more important. Mahonri was very important because not only did he go back to capture the flag in North America, but he constructed vehicles for 7 other boundary places. And then certainly growing up Christian, I'm going to say Messiah is top. I'm going to put Abraham there. So now I got Enoch, Mahonri, Abraham, the Messiah, and in the top 5 has got to be Nephi. Do you understand? These are the top 5 in the history of this planet in terms of their actions and their accomplishments. Nephi is in the top 5. And if you do top 5 starting on your left hand, these are seemingly the masculine leaders supporting the feminine nations, whatever that means in the wars in heaven. The masculine humans, the masculine half of human, supporting the feminine gods of heaven. So I had to go through that entire narrative so you can understand what Nephi is doing. If you read Isaiah, it says Nephi is going to the old nation. He is going to the rivers, islands. And in the river islands, there are kings. And some kings bully other kings. And he is going to be the great guardian or protector. He is going to invert the flawed bully system. Power is no longer about who can bully who. Power is based on meritocracy. Economies aren't based on scarcity, but on abundance. This is an A-B test. So it seems like Desolation with Mayhem, it was all about scarcity, power control, money, etc. So part of the game in the war in heaven is you're going to send a seed. Naphtha is an Arabic word. So when you have a barbecue, you burn all the fat, it goes into the ash of the clay. The fire goes out, so you have this big glob of ash surrounded with fat. That is a fire starter. So one of the meanings of Nephi's name is he was a fire starter. He was a seed, a fire starter, a good boy. He came to the old nation and he showed a different type of society living. Okay, so this is the land of desolation, Sahara. This is the land of abundance. America, bountiful. Those are both Egyptian words. The people. Mer, who's overlord or captain or leader. Rakam, shows tender mercies. America. Bountiful. So I think he learned both the principles of America and bountiful when he left southern Arabia. This is probably the freest trade market in the history of the world. Think about how much information exchange you had here. Think about all the goods and services you could buy, especially if you had unlimited gold and you were going to a land where gold had no value. Because that was the A-B test. That was the design of experiments, R.A. Fisher test. Let's go here and try an economy of abundance. Gold and silver have no value. And let's see how those people compare to your Levant, Middle East, Babylonian, fight over every little thing, desolation, Sahara land. It's an A-B test. This is what you got here. This is what you got here. This was called America. Am, the people. Mer, the leader. Rakam, shows tender mercies. Ba, the spirit. Unti, of doorkeepers, of gates. Fa'i, to measure or weigh or scale, of El. America Bountiful was right here. This was a free trade market. He got all of access to every good product, service, and knowledge system. But at the same time, he was preaching. And what was he preaching? He was preaching Ana, or Yare. Yare is, Jehovah is awesome. Ana, Jehovah provides. And so now if you understand that this is a global event, it makes perfect sense that he comes to a trade hub that likely could connect him to most, if not all, of those 10 original seeds. And so he could get plants, animals, fish, anything he could put on a boat or multiple boats. And he could get here in as short of a time as possible. We don't know how many times he returned. The Baab tree in Africa, that big classic tree that we think represents Africa, It literally means those lazy Gangans who are sitting under the tree waiting for the trade winds to change. Because you can make this voyage quite easily if that's your destination. This is a 30-day open ocean voyage. But it's the right time of year. The winds have to be blowing the correct direction. This voyage, 1, 2, 3, is a different voyage. You have to go through the gates of hell. So at some point, Nephi either read this in a book or learned this from these people. This journey till right there was called Iriantum. And then when he was reading the text, he likely figured out that this is what Tarshish that Solomon was talking about. There was a bastard over here, and when I say bastard, I literally mean that's his name. Bast Tar. That's half of Tarshish. He seemed to be in the Nubian lands, the cataracts of the first falls, and it seems like between the rock and the hard place, he was one of the teeth, right? And so that would mean this area was the other group, right? So Aden, all of this was the other group. And so Solomon's solution was Sabah. Now, I don't know if Sabah was all the way down here. I doubt it was. I would guess Sabah would have been a smallish kingdom about here, and that smallish kingdom was far enough away that this group didn't bother with them. And they could support the naval travels. So the unprotected area is Iriantum. You have to make this run. But if you have a support system in the deep waters here, so see how deep these waters are, and I think that's the navy that Solomon builded. He built a navy to make sure that once you got to these waters, your boat was safe on this leg of the journey. Okay, so on this leg of the journey, your boat was safe. You have to make it through this devil's corner, and on this leg of the journey, your boat is safe. So did he actually come down and actually escort through this corner? He may have. Because Sheba is supposed to be southern Arabia, but she wouldn't be Hell's Corner. She would either be here. So I think he would have to have two partners. He would have to have one here and one here. So now imagine you're going through this very narrow trading lane, and on both sides you have a naval ship, and this naval ship is just full of rowers and full of swords. That really changes your ability to fight. You can't just board the ship and kill everyone and steal their goods. And I don't think you'd want to kill everyone. You know, if you're a raider, the long-term outlook, the payoff, is you want to raid the boat, steal all the goods, and have them returned. Because they still have a boat, they still have workers, so they can bring more goods for you to steal. So in the long-term payout, that seems to be the idea. So then if you read Psalms and Proverbs where he talks about apes and ivory, it's like he turned the ivory against them. So these ivory were these two teeth right here, and they would destroy you. This is Hell's Corner. So he was able to break free, and because of that, the Gangans would send him free ivory every 3 years with Ophir gold, the gold of all golds. And my estimation is the gold of all golds is the Filipino gold. So the gold was somehow getting from the Philippines to India, because India is the main merchant of the world. It's going to not just give you good gold. So Solomon didn't have to do anything to get good gold, right? Mecca and Medina is good gold, and he could get that all day. But this gold of all golds, the Ophir gold, so some people want to say Ophir means Africa, Ophir, but I'm pretty sure the Philippines would make the most sense. It's the gold deposits that have the most value. So this is important. So when Nephi leaves the Levant, he has an understanding, general understanding of Moses and Solomon and all of this. When he's going through Arabia, it takes him 8 years to go somewhere that should not have taken that long. So maybe they were captured for a while, but they certainly learned the concept of the harem. We say harem of women. You put the women in one tent, you put men on the borders, and you protect your women. That was clearly something he learned during that time. During this time, they also learned about wadis. And a wadi is the river flows downhill when you're on the other side of a mountain. Seems pretty obvious, but if you haven't experienced that, you wouldn't know. We call them wadis because currently there are no flowing rivers that are non-seasonal. But in the book of Nephi, it says, I will name you after this river. So is that fiction? There was never a fully running wadi. So my estimation is this wadi was that river. This was the valley. They could walk the shoreline to get right across from Nuebi, and there was a stone pillar that Solomon built saying, this is where Moses crossed the Red Sea. So when Nephi says to his brothers, I know you know this is where they crossed the Red Sea, is because they had a shared experience where they walked this valley, this beach, and they saw that thing. So Joseph is a fruitful bough whose branches run through the wall. That's not what it says. It says, Joseph will have sons that will be very fruitful and drink of the well, and daughters that will go through the wall. There's some academic research that shows right here on this border up here is a freshwater well. It shows a bunch of wells, but it shows the quality of the water. So some of these wells would easily be thousands of years old. The other thing of interest is this is a modern day border or boundary. It's like a clue in a game of discovery. Why are all these boundaries part of the boundary conditions? So I would estimate that in a mountain here, the highest mountain, is where Nephi went and did his bar mitzvah. There's a water well right here, which is where Nephi's family set up their tents. When they say set up the tents, they probably already had the Ark of the Covenant. They went back because they opened the Ark and they're like, oh, snap, we don't have the brass plates. So then it says they cast lots. The word for cast lots is the Urim and Thummim. They took out the Urim and Thummim and said, okay, who's supposed to go? It's like some sort of Ouija board or something. I don't know what it was. And it fell on the firstborn, which is obvious. The firstborn goes in without asking in anything for exchange. He's like, hey, dude, I want the brass plates. Therefore, as a son of the family, he had rights, property rights, to the brass plates. So his father and or his mother may have been the keeper of the wardrobe. They may have taken the ark, opened it, and like, oh, we got the Liahona, we got the Urim and Thummim. The Neheshtan was supposedly broken, so we don't have that. Oh snap, we don't have the brass plates. Okay, we got to go back and get those. Okay, changes the story altogether. Isaiah, and they covered the testimony. And my father dwelt in a tent. Is that what the tent was? Or was it a tabernacle? And I start to wonder if it was just father. Maybe mother was involved. And then Ishmael has to come so they can have family, but maybe Ishmael came because he was a Kohen. He was a Levite. He was... it seems like if you already took the Ark of the Covenant, you were already Kohen in that regard. So I don't know exactly the nature for it. So then you have to travel for 4 days on purpose to get to the Mount of Almonds to fulfill prophecy. The Mount of Almonds is where the transfiguration occurred. It's where Joshua was transfigured, Yeshua was transfigured, Muhammad was transfigured, Jacob was born here. The daughters will go through the wall. This literally, it means shore or wall, this mountain range. But the daughters will go through the wall literally meant she had to have a child here. Jacob was born here. The comet we attribute to Halley likely passed over, possibly a supernova, which would be bookend signs for the history of this planet. What's interesting about the comet we attribute to Halley is it comes out of the Orion system. The supernova, there's probably significant ties to the belt of Orion. There were a lot of solar eclipses and lunar eclipses that had an epigee over Arabia during the time of these travels, which helped Nephi in his proselytizing. Our God sent us to go on this journey. This is what we're going to do. Trade knowledge with good people. Have to have good people help you when the arrows are flying. So it's somewhere it says the arrows of Kedar are either coming to help you or not help you. Kedar are the Midianites. And then it says Tema brings you food and water. And Tema can just mean south, but there's actually a Jewish community called Tema. So you have to have an understanding of all of that. You can't. Nephi and the Book of Mormon is the keystone of our world religion. It unifies everyone. So with the Levant, what did I mark here? Yeah, so this Meroe, this highlands of Egypt, this is where a guy by the name of Bas-Tar was second only to Pharaoh, and likely he was the one that was running these things. This island system is called the Strong or the Brave, and one of them is named the Saba Island. So this would be the safe haven. Saba can mean haven, safety, harbor, whatever. So you have to make devils run. You have a way to get water, heal yourself, do whatever, recover, and then you can do the next leg of the journey. I would estimate once you get to grandmother's house, Jeddah means grandmother in Arabic, or to this part of the Sudan, you can port if you want, if that's where your goods are going. Or you can go all the way up. But the point is once you get to Jeddah, you can sit here and land hop and stop for water if you need it or whatever else. So it seems like part of the Tarshish solution to the Iriantum problem was this island of Saba. And that's why Solomon was called the Wise, and how he not only became wealthy, but all of the Levant became wealthy, because no longer do you have to go this way to deliver your goods. There was an ancient Egyptian canal the Pharaoh built here, and the whole idea of a Suez Canal is an English guy just looked at what the Egyptians did a long time ago, did the math, said, oh, we could dig a trench all the way here. But the king of Tyre was happy because Tyre is right here, right? Seems to be where all the problems are. Is it, or is it up there? Tyre, Sidon. Okay, Tyre's way up there. See, if I were to deliver goods, I would want to give them right here. Like, it depends on what your relationship for Solomon is. But if you're Tyre, you just want the goods. You're not going to travel over land if you can travel over water. So it seems like I'm just updating real time. It seems like Solomon didn't care if they got to Eliat unless they were goods for his peoples, because you still have 120 miles of land to carry them. And so if he negotiated a relationship here, there may have been no land. Like if there was an ancient Suez Canal that Pharaoh had developed. And so even though you're giving up some of your commission, Tyre is happy. But once you do get to Jerusalem, and you wanted to get on a river, you have the Jordan River, and it could carry your goods until the Meron Heights. Now the Meron Heights is reasonably close to Sidon, but still that's not a very efficient, that's a 40-mile portage. So now if we were to look at Aleppo in comparison, which was the largest, most successful long-term port. How far is Aleppo from a river system? So Aleppo is in the highlands. It's 60 miles to the coast, but I'm pretty sure because it's in the highlands, there's some, this curvy thing looks like a water route. There's no work, and this is likely the Euphrates coming up here. So this is why Aleppo would be so important. It's about halfway between two bodies of water. It's a huge overland trade hub. That's why Tehran and this area was so important for the so-called Silk Roads. They were not traveling across land when they didn't have to. They minimized the travel across land. So I don't know how they got up into this system. These mountains here of Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, these are huge mountain ways. Not as big as Tibet, but not that far behind. Okay, so the whole point is to do a geography, you have to have some sense of context. So now I'm saying Nephi is top 5 in the history of the world. So whatever you imagine he did, multiply it by 10. Okay, so according to Joseph Smith, Nephi landed on a western shore at 30 degrees south. So why did it not? So he was looking at a map years later with an average. The guy was a doctor at one point, was a sailor of a barge along Lake Erie or the Erie Canal. And they got out maps. And they said 30 degrees south. So I'm putting actually 30 degrees south. But they said Valparaiso, which I think is further south. So that was their conclusion. But what I'm imagining is Joseph kind of heard the words or the phrase or saw it in his mind or whatever. And he anchored that and then he researched it. Possibly the Uruguay River. There's a small cataract or salto here. That one's passable. This one's not passable. But at 30 degrees south, it's passable. So he could have arrived at a place called Uruguayana. It seems to be Nephi focuses on the N more than the R. R can mean mouth or head. It can mean like leadership. Ra, Amun-Ra, Egyptian, right? The god of the sun, the one that wants to be the boss of everything. So Ra'ah means evil in Hebrew. Ra is before Ah. So Ah could be Yah, like Jehovah. So it could be saying you're trying to put your head, Ra, above God. Ra'ah, you're being evil. So Ara would be backwards of that. So Ya, Ra, God before my head. Now think about the word Yare. It literally means God is awesome, but it's saying God is first. Now, to say God is first, it's just a recognition that you're a human on a planet Earth that got created by something, a God. And so I think Nephi just would drop the N's, or the R, and replace it with an N. So when I see N, I'm intuitively thinking Nephi. And when I see the R, I'm thinking of wanting to be the leader. So Ana is a deferment. Ana literally means Jehovah provides. So this is like An-Yah. But Ana intuitively is shifting any self-importance or meritocracy back to Jehovah. Jehovah told me to do it, so I did it. Jehovah provides. Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. And that's why it begins here. Buenos Aires is not an initial indigenous name. And when I say indigenous, I don't mean indigenous. Uruguay is not an indigenous name. And Uruguay is not some bird. It's an Egyptian word. And so this is a big opening. This was called Parana. Para means a big opening. Wow, I didn't realize it kind of looked like a phallus there. Ana, Jehovah provides. Everything is about Jehovah. This is the opening that Jehovah provides. So do we have that name anywhere else? Oh, look, there's an opening. So they're going to call this, because this is a river system, the Colorado River system is what we call this, 310 to Yuma. So they're going to call this Para, and I think this one's called Antipara. Anti, one of the meanings of anti, is east. Wait a minute, that's not east, that's the west coast. It's east of this, so it depends on what you're looking at. The Quechuans call this entire mountain system the Andes, the Antilles. The Antilles, one of the meanings of Anti is east. So if the mountains are in the highlands and you're living down here in the lowlands, the mountains are to the east. Now look at the mountains. You got, in the Egyptian, you would show two round hills, and you could show the sun rising between it. What does a child look like when it leaves the womb of a mother with her two legs up in the air? Anti is the birth. Manti, which we've vulgarized as manti, could be am or m, anti, the water or the boat from the east. Anti doesn't just have the single meaning of east, just like para doesn't have the single meaning of east. Anti has meanings about being bound together. So this is why I think ultimately Nephi in his language would focus on the N, which is about joining or binding, whereas Ra is about governing or being above. Okay, so anyway, with all that being said, Isaiah predicted they would go to a river island. So you have, how do you name the rivers? So we call it the Nile River. It has little subsuits, but we call everything the Nile River. We don't do that with the Mississippi. We say, oh, that's the Ohio River, or the Susquehanna River, or the Allegheny River, or the Illinois River, or the Kentucky River, or the Missouri River, or the Arkansas River. No, it's all the Mississippi River. So, how do you name rivers? I don't know exactly. But you need to understand, they just came from Arabia, where they're seeing all this water, and it's, even if it's brown, it's drinkable compared to what they're dealing with in the desert. But it would be interesting to me how many of these forks they actually thought about. Because this is called an estuary, so it's half fresh, half salty. Did he get to a lot of forks and say, oh, I'm going to forget that fork? Or did they just kind of go up one river? Because this is the Paraná. And the Paraná and the Uruguay kind of start at the same place. But can you get to the Paraná without even seeing the Uruguay? And by that I mean, this is huge. This is, let's type in Rio de la Plata. So Rio de la Plata, Argentina, this is a marketing that the Spanish were trying to use to sell it, to get investors to come and explore. And, the first time they landed boats here, they really got turned back. But I wanted to see images of like people sailing on it, just to show you the enormity of it. None of the rivers here in the south are small. The right, so it has to be a clear day for you to see Montevideo, Uruguay, across the river. You see how far that is? And if it's cloudy, it's like you cannot see the shoreline some of the times. And you're in the estuary. This is not small, this distance. And so one of the things I ask myself is, like, did they have a lot of decision making here? And was the Liahona guiding them? Or did it just happen that they went up the Paraná? Because my estimation is here, if they did see two choices, they would have had to choose east to go this way or north. I would have chosen north, but what happens if they get to the Salto? Did they have smaller boats to kind of examine, can we get through here, kind of look ahead? But that's going to be a concern. The Paraná, there's no concerns. Up until 1979, you could have sailed a boat without a motor from here all the way to Asunción, Paraguay. And I don't know how much the river shifted, etc. But the point is they could have gone this way, and look what they're seeing. Like every 10 minutes, they're seeing a river island. They know they're in the right place. They've landed in the river islands, and that was what their calling was. Now remember, they're writing this in hindsight. So maybe they didn't know that Lehi meant that. So then if I go to 30 degrees south, 30 degrees south, there's actually a river island. And if I had a few boats, I would park my boat right there. I've got protection, but I have an escape to other river islands, and then I'd go explore. But these river islands would create huge confusion about which way to go. So if it had to be a western shore, I couldn't park my boat right there. I'd have to park my boat right there to fulfill the prophecy, if that's what Joseph was receiving. But you still got to understand, this is so wide, and you've probably encountered other peoples. I doubt many, if any, would be traveling on this big of a waterway. They would travel on these little waterways if they already had their dugouts or whatever they're called. They're not called canoes because you brought the word canoe with you. And canoe is an Egyptian word which means paddler of the boat. Okay, so there's the arrival. So now we get into first inheritance. And I just drew arbitrary systems. The idea of an inheritance is you would get to a mouth of a river, and you would just say, you get all the land on that river up there. So you don't know how far it goes. You don't know how far to the left or to the right it is. You could be on either shore, but you could divide it up. You could say, okay, Joseph gets this side, Jacob gets this side, right? Right? I don't know how the inheritance would go. But based on the language, I can make a reasonable projection. So when I show these circles, it would be on the river systems, right? At the confluence of the river, you would give territory. At the landing, I think that would be the land of Nephi. And it would make the best sense if they actually never saw this other river, so the brothers don't know that they're getting cheated out of this whole other system. This entire area is called Las Pampas. The word pam in Egyptian is a scythe, a hand, and like wheat or barley or something. This is the grassland. So pam would be saying that word twice. This is the grasslands of all grasslands. This is where the best beef in the world came from. So I'm pretty sure they must have had wheat and barley on the boat. They must have had cows. Must have had horse. No, they couldn't have had that stuff. We don't even know how many boats they brought or how many times they came back and forth. It's unknowable. You don't know that. The Book of Mormon was not written as a journal diary to outline in detail every event that occurred. If anything, it was artistic, linguistic literature. This is why Nephi throws out words like shazer, irientum, and all these other things. That one word has an entire story to it. Mormons, at the end, the curator of the Book of Mormon, spent his whole life. So when he's telling these stories in the histories, every one of those stories is tied to one of those words. Captain Moroni, Nehor, Korihor. The stripling warriors, anti-Nephi Lehi. Every one of these stories is an explanation of a single word. And maybe he's not verbose enough for us, but he's not intentionally telling us about shipping boats and all that. He lets it drop and he actually says, I'm not supposed to tell you about that stuff. So the fundamental element of the geography is the law of innovation. Nephi built a boat. Hagoth built a super big boat later. Line upon line, precept upon precept. They have to make incremental changes to get from Nephi's boat to that boat. Between those two boats was a merging with another people's, the Phoenician boat builders. So now you have Nephi's innovations plus the Phoenician knowledge stores. You have the greatest boat builders in the world coming together. That they're in the business of building boats. Nephi also builds swords. Oh, the kingmen aren't happy. Oh, we want to be boss, but you guys have really good boats and you can build swords. Oh, we'll say it's because you have the records. Well, it didn't last long. The kingmen in Paharon and Captain Moroni was all a thing because of that. So the literature of saying these words, Moroni, and these fundamental stories of Mormon history, and by Mormon history I mean the people of Nephi in the isolated subgroup of Mormon, this is how they determine their self-identity, is through these stories, and he was curating that. And then at the very end he finds the small plates of Nephi, and I think it was like a godsend to him, like, oh, now I understand that story more. He didn't even know what his name meant. And spoiler alert, this is his name, the Waters of Mormon in the fractal. It's called Planet Earth, Mormona. It literally means a garden temple for the gods to heal their children or do whatever they're doing here. Okay. So if he landed here, this was the landing spot, that would make sense that it was the first inheritance for Nephi. especially if the brothers were fine with it, if they got something that they felt was a higher quality. Because how far from the river are you exploring? What do you consider quality? You got to go back to what you've seen. The best thing you've ever seen in the world in your journeys were possibly the highlands of Meroe, which was waterfalls in the land of Naphtali in the Levant, or you saw the waterfalls of Shalah. You saw these waterfalls. Okay? You don't know how far inland you're looking. You know, this isn't you're looking from earth down saying, oh, how much territory do I get? So what's going to interest you? This is the most uninteresting place. So this was likely given to Zoram. But strategically for Nephi, this is where there was a confluence. And Zoram was going to be the chief financial officer. He was going to trade goods and services. So he would be connected to Nephi to trade with Nephi, but also trade with his brothers and his brothers. But then you have a confluence. And so the inheritance that Lehi could have given to his sons is everything on this river upstream, which just in this case happens to be north, is Joseph and Jacob's. And maybe he said Joseph is this side, Jacob is this side. Who knows? Because we have no idea what the hand crossing with Esau and Jacob were all about. But the reason I'm saying Joseph and Jacob is the word for this territory is called Paraguay. Remember, para can mean the opening, but it can also mean fruitful. Joseph is a fruitful bough. Joseph will have lots of children. He named one of his sons Joseph. So this is why I would say, well, this might be the land of Joseph. And then it would make sense that Jacob would get the other side. So you could just say at the river, the right side of the river is Joseph's, the left side is Jacob's. So did they run into these other two rivers like the Salada River? And what did they do there? Well, there were other people to divide it, and it seemed like there were kind of two camps, the people of Nephi and etc. So some maybe sons of Ishmael got the two sides of this river and this river and this river. There's like three rivers here. In the end, Jacob seemed to want to go west. And when they get to their next inheritance, and you look at the archaeological record with the earth mounds down here, that seems to be the case. Okay, so then this is Itusango. But this is now dammed, so that wouldn't have been that big. But Posadas would be another fork. I believe. Maybe not. Foz de Iguazu would be the primary fork. So this is the small Iguazu River. And this is the continuation of the Paraná. The Paraná had a huge waterfall, the biggest waterfall by volume in the world, right here, and it got buried by a dam. It was called the Salto de Guaira, which I'm thinking might have been Gur Ya Ira. So this would have been the inheritance of Lehi. Well, the father, I don't know if that was Lehi. Gur. Gur in Hebrew means a stranger or foreigner that has no rights. Yah, Jehovah, brought us across the waters, and I'm the head of the household. I am the husbandman. So this is why I would think this would have been the original land first inheritance of Lehi. And so, I crudely did this. Would he be the left and the right? But this is a bookend, right? He was born in Naphtali, which had the waters of Meroe, which are waterfalls. He goes to southern Saudi Arabia to Salalah, see some waterfalls, and then before he dies, he sees the biggest waterfalls in the history of all the world. He sees two of them within a short distance of each other. So it seems like this would be Lehi's, and then his son, Laman, would be Gurani, the Cataratas de Iguazu. Now, from a living point of view, what's the advantage of a waterfall, right? It's gravity. You don't have to lift water out of a well. It's falling into your bucket. Okay, so this is called Guarani. They label this area Imbia Guarani, but the people that they've identified as the Imbia Guarani are like, that's not us, that's another group. And they went over here later. And so it seems to me like this whole region was part of the trade system. This is the entire river basin of the Paraná River. This would be the land of the first inheritance. Guiya or Guyaira, this is my current version, we're strangers without any property rights. Jehovah sent us across the big waters, and I am the leader. Gurani is different. You drop Yah, notice Yah is gone, and now you're saying, and this is probably not Gur anymore, this is probably Gar, because the Gur emphasizes in Hebrew that you have no property rights. Gar likely means, this is my land. Gar, this is my land, I am the head, and I am. Ani means I am. So this seems to be the Guarani. And if you wonder where the word guerra in Spanish comes from, it's likely from all of this. Are you claiming that you have no rights to the land? Or are you saying, I have rights to this land? So let's fix that. So he lands in America, first inheritance. So I'm happy with this one. Gur Ya Ira. Yeah, I put it there that time. So I'm fine with the E there. E just means I came from across the big waters, or something about rivers, waters. So this is now, I own this land. Ra is I'm the head, but this would be Ani. This would be, see, Ni or Nin would mean son of. So it could be saying I'm the son of this guy, but I don't think the father would do the Gar. But this is the one I wanted to change. So one vowel is the difference between I'm taking these properties for myself. Garani. Garani. And that might be the trill of the arc. Garani. Garani. Okay. So there's some data points that have led me to this. Like if I had to prove it, number one, Bartolome Las Casas, that for whatever reason was an editor for Cristobal Colon, the man you call Columbus. He was curating stories of the locals. And I read this in a book 30 years ago at the Harold B. Lee Library, and it said, in Spanish, 2 brothers arrived by boat. One was named Tupi, one was named Guarani. Tupi was white, Guarani was black, which means, could mean morally good and morally bad. I'll get to the colors, black and white, later. It's obvious if you actually read the text. And I don't recall if it says 2 brothers arrived by one boat or just arrived by boats. Barcos or barco. I think it said barcos. So then why does our version currently have just one ship? Why not have smaller boats that attach to the bigger boat to do some exploring? And, you need to put yourself in, what is Joseph Smith's goal? Is his goal what his goal should be, which is to bring forth the ancient record? Or is his goal to use that leveraged that ancient record to build a church. And it seems like the latter was his goal. And so, how is it possible that I've never heard of Nephi, even though he's in the Apocrypha, as the fire starter, but he's going to build more boats than Noah? Right? So you can see how they would want to single out that term. Oni, Moroni, seems to mean navy. And a navy with a ship count of 1 doesn't seem to be much of a navy. But that could just be my Western bias. Number 2 is when the record of Lehi gets lost and they had made some adjustments to the text. They couldn't go back to the kind of the what I would say the original text Joseph would hear and voice. They couldn't go back and recreate the story that they kind of altered. And I think that was their biggest concern on why they didn't want to recreate that portion. This is what men do, right? They want to cover it up. Oh, oops a daisy. Or, oh, that doesn't make sense. Let's change it because I'm smarter than the original author. They were not academic in any sense of the word. So you've got to read the Book of Mormon that way. But if you couple the Book of Mormon with actual geography, so Bartolome de las Casas is a huge starting point for me. And then the other starting point is, well, go to the bookends. When Colon envía in 1492, how did he go back to Spain and within 6 months could talk to every Indian tribe? Even though the doctor said this Indian tribe knew a lot about boats and this one knew nothing about boats. So the tribes seemed to have their own language, but there seemed to be some common language, easy to communicate. How much of that language is loaned language into the Spanish and Portuguese modern languages? So then what language was that? Oh, it was Taino and Arawak on the one side, or Carib, who would steal the women away from the others. Well, the Carib sound kind of like the people of Layman, according to this story, the bad guys. The Gar, not the Guianas. The Guarani, not the Tupi, right? And the language was called Old Tupi. It wasn't called Old Tupi Guarani. But linguists then said, oh, well, this Guarani is very close to it, and it was isolated because the conquistadores could not get up this river system. So one of the first conquistadores went up the river system a few miles, put a cannon, came back, and it was just wiped out. You look at the early maps, it took until 1600s. It took 100 years for them to get a map to understand this river system. The same thing with the river of all rivers in the world. The Portuguese called this the Madeira River because there was a bunch of logs thrown in there to blockade the river. So if they're doing that in 1600, where did they learn it? This is the concept of line upon line innovation. That concept of blockading had to come from somewhere. Nephi just couldn't use it as a defense mechanism if he didn't understand what this was. So I wonder if they used tortors to actually create blockades here. Like, I wonder if the bast tar and the sheesh, the place between the rock and the hard place, if they were literally using something as simple as bulrush, papyrus rafts and boats to kind of stop the ships, like literally a blockade. So if you learned how to navigate through Hell's Corner and then you come here, you're going to know how to blockade rivers, but also how to combat the blockade of rivers. It's part of the teaching process. Okay, so let me turn off the first inheritance. I think the only part of first inheritance that I'll keep is the Guarani. So now you separate. Okay, you're going to separate. Distance is your friend. If these are... Why are some of these still on? Landing option 2. Oh. Okay, so if this is where your enemy is, and these were your lands, you want to maximize your distance. So you know if you go over a highland, you're in a different river system. So it could be very possible that early on, because these rivers go here, that they could have taken place all the way up here. They could have explored these highlands and then come down and explored this. You're looking for a place to live. This is not good farmland. Where you arrived, this dirt is so red, you could stick a magnet in the ground and it'll stick to it. There's so much iron here. So iron is not a problem. You've got your iron. Reasonably good agricultural land. Pampas are really good agricultural lands. So you could have lived for a while and actually passed a few seasons and integrated with some of the local tribes and actually grown pretty quickly. Seems like Jacob wanted to be the isolationist, so I would estimate that he kind of went here in this area. And maybe that's how they discovered this, because they would get into a new river system and then they could see how it meanders back. But ultimately, at the highlands of the Paraguay area is called the Pantanales. It's the highlands. And this is the separation of the Paraná river basin from the river basin of all river basins. So from a defensive point of view is, one, you want to create as much distance between you and your enemy. They also know how to build boats, so a mountain range, a highland, is a great divider, because then if you can defend that highland, they can't get into your water system, and you've created distance. Okay, so this is the watershed. Oh, come on, give me a... So the Pantanales. So from a water travel point of view, anything downstream is trouble, right? So you want something upstream into a highland, into a new water system. Iguazu, some of the people of Guarani thinks gua means round, like a belly, like your barisha. La garganta del diablo is round. To me, gua can mean many or wide. Su means danger somehow. It could mean fall. But like, many people have taken a canoe to this edge just to see how close they can get and fall in and die. Like, this is not a mystery. So maybe in the land of Naphtali and Levant, you got one waterfall like this. And maybe in Salala, you had one waterfall like this. And now you see the waterfalls of all waterfalls, and this is nothing compared to the one they covered up. This is half the size of the one they covered up. So to me, there's a huge bookend cosmically to this location. And there are pozos everywhere. So a pozo is just water just pops up out of the ground, fresh water. And they say the river of all rivers have a water system similar underneath of it that's 2 to 4 times bigger. So this is the river basin. So you want to create as much distance as you can. This is where they are. Okay, so you could try to go into their territory and sneak past them. But if you're down here, you just go up at Corrientes, you just go up to the land of Josa, you get up into the Pantanales, and then you go to the highlands on the other side. And I would estimate that you would have to do this portage. You'd start building boats up here. You would build your initial communities, and then you would come back around because you knew this is also highlands, and got to the highlands, found where your brothers were, built defenses right here. So this is called the Paratines and Tocantins. This is likely the arrival point. And so this is currently called the Madeira River. It used to be called the Cayenne River. Cayenne River is also up here. Two names that are Egyptian. Ergo, these are two important spots. I think Cayenne in Guarani Tupi means Kaiwana, which kind of sounds like that Hawaiian word for having a discussion openly, full of love, and that's kind of what it means. And then, we actually have some DNA evidence that says this group right here has Polynesian DNA. So they went to Polynesia and never came back. Or Polynesia came here once, mated with them, returned, and never came back. That latter one doesn't make sense. So if I'm here, then I would explore here. I would find Lake Titicaca. I'd find this shoreline. And then with a couple hundred years, I get to Polynesia. So this DNA went to Polynesia. That's the archaeological record. This is the center of the Tupi language. How it's subdivided, there's all these research papers because they don't have a story that the brothers intentionally separated. So you have the Tupinambra, the Guarani language, the Tupi language, and they have all these maps. But when they do the research, they're not using distance based on river distance. They're using Euclidean type or Mayus global spherical distance, but they're not using river distance. The cronistas, during the era of the colonistas, the conquistadores, said that this area right here, the Tupinambra, which today is 4 river islands, is called Santorum. It says it has 2,000 feet thick of salt, so they could just mine the salt. And it said they would put the salts on boats and trade it thousands of miles away. And then the markers of the Book of Mormon give you clues. If I wanted to travel from here to Zarahemla, it took me 21 days. 21 days by boat is not 21 days by foot. Was it a certain time of year? What were the winds like? If you don't have a geography based on ships, boats, and rivers, your geography is significantly flawed. So, as I continue to research, things just kind of keep falling into place and things update, right? I'm not married to my original idea, but my original idea seems to be the most comprehensive. Joseph Smith said they landed at 30 degrees south on a western shore. The language seemed to start here. Somehow the Polynesian DNA came or went from here. You look at the migration of the languages, but you know that the brothers separated, then it makes sense. Okay, so this is distance is your friend. You take the river systems up as far, whether you crossed in the Pantanales or somehow crossed into Bolivia and then kind of came back down into the rivers, not important to me. Maybe you found Titicaca and then went this way. Remember, Titicaca was used to build the temple and then was later used to build Tiwanaku and Easter Island. So I wonder if they were sourcing the Titi, the clay, from Titicaca. Oh, that's too far to source. That's 500 miles. Okay. Let's say the headwaters of the river is there. It's now 150 miles. This is the highlands. This is a continental divide. At what point does a river start to flow downhill. And I don't know that they needed the clay from that far away. I really don't think so, because if you look at some of these areas, I'm looking for Aripuana. Pu means clay in Egyptian. This could be Kori, like Korihor. You drop the K, it's Ari. This is the worker of clay, Ana, that Jehovah provides. Right? So you're labeling everything by name as part of your branding strategy. Everything's about Jehovah. It's your proselyting strategy. So we had Uruguay way down there. Now we have Uru, Eu, Wau, Wau. God is great. This is Eu or Au. Au means 1-1, right? Like 1-to-1. W is not seemingly a sound in Egyptian. There's lots of forms of this. But this could literally mean house of the God, holiest of all holies. In Egyptian. This river kind of this way in the archaeology seems to be a lot of earth mound works. So I would think this is the land of Jacob and Joseph. Remember, if they're the purebloods, you're maximizing your distance. Not only did you find a river system, you're going into the remote part of the river system. So this is kind of the first place. So this first center would be, it's literally called the Old Port today. You look at the mineral collections here. He has diamonds, everything you need to build a temple. And so it seems like this would have been kind of the first step. The temple, so Rodonia, ignore because that's just some modern name, but look at this. I have Miriam Guajara. See, Guajara, that R doesn't seem to be as offensive to me. None of those. Haru, Guapore. But it seems like with the G, like Gara. Somehow you're supplanting. So, I guess I need to remove that purple thing so you can see. I love that purple thing. So this is a really strange geographic element. So again, remember, Ara, Ya is before the head. So that's interesting. So that's like Ya, head. So when I think about the temple, one of the things I think about is, well, how close is it to the river system? But how close was the Solomon temple, or the temple of Jehovah that builded Solomon, to a river system? I think it's a branding strategy. So if you look at that, that kind of looks like a clover. This is a flat top mountain. And the distance from the forest floor, the selva, to the mountaintop is 3,000 feet. So if you put it there and it was white alabaster shining, it's your first proselyting experience. Oh look, we have another Aripuana. An entire province. Oh, this wasn't Aripuana, it had a K in front of it. Oh, okay, so you're saying those two words aren't related. So it seems to me this would be the first thing you do. While you're doing that, you're exploring the river systems because you understood how complex they are, so you're mapping the river systems. Once you get out to the ocean, you recognize you're out to the ocean. You track, because now that you know where the ocean is, now you know where up is, right? The river's telling you. You just sit on the boat and it floats you down the stream. These are huge rivers. This river system takes you all the way up into Colombia, all the way up into the highlands of Peru, and I think here at Titicaca is probably where you would have come back down. Oh, there's one of them. Arequipa. The keeper, key, is other. clay. So there's two types of clays. There's the teat, the clay of all clays, and then there's whatever clay. Arika, Ari, the keeper of the man-made works or the great works. Chaka, Chaco. Cha means like top of the world. Like these are big mountains. So one of these mountains is called Cha-Cha, which is like saying, this is as tall as it gets. Right there. Kakachaka. And that might have been Kakachak-Cha. The cha means like, it means like mountain peak. The top of the world. Ka means hill. Kaka means the hill of all hills. Kaka-Cha would be the hill of all hills that's as big as it gets. Which is kind of telling you it's a divide. It's a watershed divide. What we call is a continental divide. So do you see how pragmatic and concrete those labels are? So we then have kind of a lot of early works here. You would then map the system. And so once you do this, then you would go back and find your enemy, find the border with your enemy, and build defense mechanisms. And you would expand your trade systems on the new river basin. Okay, so this is where the name Tupi comes from. Whether Atupi is a Egyptian word, I haven't found that it is, or this was a local word for this type of plateau. So if this plateau is called A2P, and then some guy named Guayinaha, he came and he built this white building on top, and he says, this is the temple of the gods, or of God. The man that built this on top of this A2P was named Tupi by the locals. That was the name given by the locals for Nephi. His name is Tupi. He says his God is named Yah or Jehovah. So this is Tupi-Yah. Tupi, this guy, but it's his God. Tupi-Yah, Tupa, which is the name for God in the old Tupi language. Okay, so that's where Tupi in Tupi Guarani comes from. Nephi's name given to him by the locals, because he branded. He's like, oh yeah, did you see that white building up there on the hill? Yeah, I built that, and I'm going to show you how to farm, give you some gifts, learn, but also learn. So did Nephi bring slash burning or charcoal burning or terra preta, or did he observe what they had been doing for generations and generations, and then with his new technologies, incorporating the best of all these local tribes that probably were scared to death of each other because they didn't know if one of these other tribes was going to come and steal away their daughters. And so the only tribes they would trust would be familial tribes. So if you built a system of engineering where you observed the best that they were able to make, because they'd live tens of thousands of years maybe in this really, it's called fluvial soil. It's really not good soil. And so you would make the best of what you have, you would expand your system, and if you built a way for people to build villages and to take care of themselves with food and protection and everything else, they're going to join your society. You're a foot taller than them, you have swords, you have boats, you're giving them free food, you're teaching them how to work less to get more, you're more efficient in your work time. There's no downside here, as long as, of course, you marry the daughters and give us some children that are also tall, right? And if Nephi represents the use case of an abundant society where everything's open source, there's no secrets, there's no one above anyone else, it seemed to be able to diffuse very quickly. So I would say before the end of his life, he had done what I would call as the first expansion. We lived in a manera de felicidad. We lived after a manner of happiness. Okay, so you're going to devise. Your chief financial officer is going to set up a trade hub on a major confluence, so you can be building all these rivers up. And it's a proselytization process. Go in, I'm going to live with you for a few months. Is that okay? I see how you work. Okay, I'm going to come in with like 100 people. We're going to just build you 100 houses, teach you how to farm, do whatever. And if that scales, the next year you now have 1,000 people teaching. And the next year you have 4,000 people. It's not that many years that this will blow up on you. Because there's no downside to joining the movement. So then you would go back to the highlands and build defense mechanisms. And the ring villages, I would say, were probably the pinnacle of his city planning, his Zion system. Let's come in and quickly build a fort. It's a circular system. Everyone is equal. Let's teach you about exogamy. Men and women don't live together, so let's create a harem. And this might have been the harem of all harem. It's called Majaro. It's the first Isla de Mujeres. It was called Majaro. The dumb conquistadores saw these big, tall white women shooting arrows at them when they kind of ran by, so they called them the Amazonians. This is an island. This is a river island. Oh, look, Moroni. Oh, look, Moroni. Don't get carried away. So, I would say in his lifetime, this would have happened. I don't think this was discovered in his lifetime. Well, it could have been discovered, but it wasn't, I don't think, a big move in his lifetime. So they had Terra Preta down here. Eventually they had Terra Preta up here. The key connection to these two is there's a river called Moroni here, but there's a river called Cayenne here, and one of these rivers anciently was called Cayenne. The Tupi word seems to be ka, the hill, Yuna, which is something about like the love, and Ana is obviously Jehovah provides. So it's kind of like saying the beloved hill. Oh, this was the beloved hill because this is the temple. This is the beloved hill because it's so much easier to grow crops. So between the Moroni River and a river called Mana, between those two river valleys, you've got really, really different soil. This is called the Guiana Shield. Guiana, Gi means valley, Ana, that Jehovah provides. For whatever reason, this area was highly disputed by the conquistadores. So this is the French Guiana, the Suriname, which I forget which country that is, the Dutch maybe, and then we got Guyana, and then we got Venezuela and Colombia. Some of the old maps had a really big lake here, and this is where they said El Dorado was. There was a smaller water here that could have been the Setu, Waters of Mormon. Like, what it is, when I zoom in, like, I'm not saying that's the Waters of Mormon. I'm giving you a ballpark. Could Angel Falls have been the Waters of Mormon? Sure. I have no problem with that. When we get to the Waters of Mormon, you have to understand what separation is. That's what matters. So what does matter is this is a trade hub. This is where the purebloods are living. And this is, we lived after a manner of happiness. And we did engage with our brothers. So it's different to say we had wars with other tribal people that were bullying the bullies versus to say we actually had wars with our brothers. And he said it was like 30 or 40 years later that they had wars with their brothers. I'm certain they were having conflicts. So later that gets conflated into you're in the in-group, you're the people of Nephi, or you're not the people of Nephi, ergo you're the people of Laman. There's all these other tribes. They all have their own languages. And so now what you're going to notice is there's kind of a specialized economy. Oh, look, another state called Para, because this is a big opening. Oh, look, this one's called the bitter Para, the Para Maribo. Mar means bitter, so I would guess you don't want to drink that water. Oh, it's spelled wrong. It's not Moroni. Okay, you don't know anything about linguistics. Why is it called Cayenne? Okay, so we got the Cayenne River, and then between them there's another river called the Mana. What does manna mean? That God provides. There's the city of Mana. So from an agricultural point of view, this is much better. You started out, but this is important. You created the rainforest. They started to study the date palms and some of these other things, and they're like, there's intelligent design here. These trees were planted. Of course they were planted. And then you just have to... So this just throws out all of the scientific method, because oceanic travel just says, oh yeah, I went to the biggest world market in the world, who's connected to every tree around the world, and I brought it to South America. And I planted it. And if it grew, it grew, and if it didn't, it didn't. And maybe I went back a few times and got seconds. Who knows? We don't have that knowledge. That wasn't primary to the story. The story was never about the economic society. The story was we lived after a manner of happiness. And the manner of happiness is you go into someone's village, you observe them, you learn from them. You don't assume you're more than them. You're like, oh, here we have some gifts. We're going to first teach you, if you want, how you can have food easier without hard work, how you can live in a way that's more convenient, and how you can get to know your neighbors. Oh, and by the way, our God sent us from across the big ocean, taught us how to build this boat and do all this stuff. So our God taught us. Kontiki, Viracocha, whatever these names are, they weren't gods, but they were gods. They were demigods. They were heroes that brought all of this information. So I hope Viracocha didn't bring corn. I hope corn was already here. But certainly in 1492, things that weren't supposed to be here, like horses and sugarcane and black people, were certainly already here. Okay, so this seems to be this idea. But then if you're in the habit of exploring river systems, building a map system, you're going to explore everything. So then let's talk about Titicaca. So within 200 years, the laws of innovation say people will be able to mimic your technologies. So the people of Layman certainly had a head start. Did they know how to make swords still, or did all the knowledge get lost when Nephi took off? Did they know how to build boats? But then all these people you're converting, there's no spycraft here. You're not keeping secrets. You're developing a society that's open source, full of abundance. Within 400 years, everyone can build a boat and a sword, and now they don't necessarily have to follow Jehovah, right? They can do their own thing. So then what would happen is this, in a manner of happiness, this would be the trade hub of all trade hubs. These people would be so rich. The Zoramites. This isn't the Zoramites' Ramyomtum time. That's much later. This is actually the second inheritance of Zoram, right? So here he would have learned how to live on a confluence, exchange goods. He was the keeper of the treasury in all of Jerusalem. He was a chief financial officer that then had some time to live in the freest open societal market. Zoram is non-trivial. He's super important to develop the economics and the economic trade policies. So I would say early on they probably traded in gold and silver and all that stuff, but eventually they probably traded in seashells, because if everyone has these technologies, they're going to all want to steal your goods in transit. And so if you recall that every 3 years it says Solomon received Ophir gold and all this other stuff, you don't want gold traveling through here, right? Because if I have wheat traveling through here and you steal my wheat, it has no value to you because you have to turn around and sell it. Gold in this land of Nubia, where Nubia means gold, is important. So if you go to a land where gold has no value, you've created an economy where you can just give someone a seashell, right? So it's kind of the first fiat currency. So if you look at all these burials where everyone either has a conch shell or a seashell or an entire jacket of seashells, that entire jacket of seashells possibly could have meant this is how many times I did trade as the captain of a boat. Okay, so then if this is your kind of your ideal society and things start to go sideways, getting your women evacuated is easy because you've designed it that way. You've put them on a river island that has vast wilderness out here. In 1828, the word for open ocean was wilderness. So it's easy to evacuate them. So the river islands have other smaller islands. Men are living here to protect. But if you're not going to be able to support your harem, you can get them gone. So you need to have a place where gone is. It's in another river system. So at that point, you've probably already developed this primary part of lands and peoples, right? So remember the Guiana Shield goes like this. So you're in another river basin. You're in the great oceans. And so to evacuate these women, maybe 5 days to evacuate them. But the moment you get out of these big oceans, no one's going to follow you because you could go a million directions. And if they don't have this knowledge, and you do, so your superiority is the maps, you may have shared these maps with everyone, including the spies, but just for, like the top military, you may have gone all CIA and siloed information on these maps that they eventually had to explore. It seems like the people of the Guarani, they did a lot of island hopping like this, and maybe that's eventually how they found the women. Like, I don't know, would you be actively searching for your brother? If you're living in a manner of happiness, you're doing all this stuff in your own domain, but you're not living in a manner of happiness as being an equal and being industrious. You're just the head that possibly brought a Black Panther and a cougar with you and scared people to death, and you just have people serving you hand and foot. You exploit the local tribes like everyone does around the world. You're living the old system. If you're lazy, you're not out there looking. But the thing of the scarcity economy is you're the king and you're lazy. There's that other guy that wants to be king. And he needs a competitive advantage. So he is motivated to go out and search and explore and find out where these other peoples went. Because he wants to leverage that knowledge to somehow overthrow you as king. This is the scarcity model. This is the abundance model. So anyway, the women would have an evacuation route, but what would happen is once you lost this place, even if you haven't lost this place is in trouble because it's trapped in the isolated form of the river system. It can't get out. And I think what's ironic is Moshiach, Moses that helped them part the Red Seas. This is kind of like Mosiah of the Book of Mormon is like Moshiach in reverse. Instead of crossing the Red Seas, I'm crossing a mountaintop. So this could have been when they went to Titicaca. But they had to get into another river basin. So we don't know where they got shut off, but you see they could have maybe gone up this river system and then gone upstream into this river system, or somehow got as far as they could into the Guiana Shield, then crossed over the mountains like the Sound of Music, got into the other river system, and got to home base. Or home base, or home base. Like, I don't care which side of the rivers. So in your development process, you would have eventually decided that these two oceans, you're building a map. That's what you're doing. So when did they find this area before I get into that area? Okay, this is the main river of all rivers. There's a little river offshoot right here called the Hari, I think. It goes up to the highlands. When you get to a highland, you know that on the other side is a different river system. This place has these strange rock croppings. This is very fertile land. So at this point, you could have a lookout tower and you could see hundreds of miles downriver. Your enemy is only going to attack you on rivers. And then you develop this community. You can travel out here. You're away from things. So is this the waters of Setu or whatever, close to where you're living, where the animals are grazing? I don't know. Or is it the waters of Mormon? It's in this neighborhood. So if the waters of Mormon are way over here where we call it Angel Falls because some white guy named Angel climbed it not too long ago. So, and you got to understand, some of the water you'll see is now dams, so it's not what it was before. It might be this one. So this could have been the waters of Mormon. Recall, Naphtali, the land of Naphtali had the waters of Meroe, which might have been, Meroe means highlands, Mormon means highlands. The waters of Meroe and the waters of Mormon might be the same thing, Meron. The land of Naphtali is close to the inheritance of Manasseh. But if the lost 10 tribes lost their land when the northern kingdom went away, did Nephi's father exploit that and use the power vacuum to land grab some of Naphtali's land? Who knows? But regardless, there was a place in the Levant called the Waters of Meroe, that had a waterfall. Then they went to Salala, then they saw Iguazu and Guaira. What we call Angel Falls crudely would have been, not by volume, the tallest waterfall in the world, but by height. Because by volume it's nothing. And it's got the 2P element, right? It's got the flat plateau where Nephi built the temple, and it's got a waterfall. Kerepakuapai, Meru. When I say Meru, I immediately think Egyptian. When I see a lot of K's and P's, I also think Egyptian. Okay? So I could put that on the map, try to figure where that is. It's in the Guiana Shield. It's named after Jimmy Angel. Oh my gosh. Waterfall of the deepest place. Remember, I said deepest place was part of Iriantom. I don't see Iriantom there. Tahom. I don't see it. But there's enough linguistic marks, and then you can follow all this. Oh, so they call it the Tepui, this flat mountaintop. Now it makes sense to me why he was called Tupi, because he built a building on a mountaintop. Okay, so when I put waters of Mormon, that's minutia to me. The point is, we never really have a name for this land. But in the modern age, again, this idea of borders, it was being fought over modernly because El Dorado was supposedly here. So King Noah, Alma's resting in a place where he has this big facade making him look buff so he can lay down, but it looks like he's standing up. Was that big facade made out of gold? Was King Noah's land the city of gold, El Dorado? So if you look at the ancient maps, there seemed to have been a small water body here, and then there's a really big water body. But they didn't know, right? They were looking, but everyone wanted to fight over this land, looking for the city of gold. Over here, they found a bunch of gold, but a lot of the gold that people were wearing was an interesting process that it was like 85% copper and just a little bit of gold. And recall what Mormon said. He said, "We apologize for now loving gold." But they probably just had so much of it. Why are these called the Antilles? Anti means east, one of the many meanings. So then if you talk about Zeniff, it seems like Zeniff knew about this land and wanted to come back. Okay? And he somehow wanted to get all the way back to the land of Nephi. Good luck. So he first probably goes this way, and he says, "We had an adventure," so he probably turned back. Or he could have tried to go up one of the main routes, and then he just picked one of the smaller river routes to get here. Regardless, it seemed like he wanted to go to the land of Nephi, which is deep, deep, deep. He probably wanted to make a homage, a Mecca to the sacred place. And so then he negotiates and he grows this land and whatever happens. Here are the waters of Mormon. The problem with that story is Abinadi. Abi, father, Nadi, beloved. There's another thing I just found with Nadi. Let's see if I can find it again. Yeah, that seems to be an old one. So a builder, a father. A volunteer, a father volunteer, a soldier, age 50, 68, to offer freely. Nediba means nobility, a good soul. So, regardless, Alma, my estimation, could have been a female. But even if it's a male, Alma, even if it is a male, that's funny, gets to the waters of Mormon, says, "These are the waters of Mormon, let me baptize you." 1920s, people are like reading that going, where did the authority come from? Well, Abinadi must have had the priesthood given him. Okay, so if you're in the church building business, that's the problem. If you're in the truth-seeking business, it's not a problem. If Alma was a woman, I'm fine with it. If Alma was a man and baptized people because the placebo said God gave me permission to do so, I'm fine with that too. I'm not married to Pauline Christian worldviews or this Joseph Smith worldview that got altered by the Whitmer Cowdery clan and then significantly defined by Sidney Rigdon, who had significant experience with church building, then altered by Brigham Young, and then James Talmage, and then Gordon B. Hinckley, and then Russell M. Nelson. Yeah, that's an institution. Fine. I'm seeking truth. So this is the primary areas. This river is named Moroni. Was there an island here that sunk into the sea? Maybe, maybe not. The other thing you need to remember is where's the Bermuda Triangle? The Bermuda Triangle has the Pamini Road underground. That could have been the city of Moroni. It's at 29 degrees south or north. It's part of the Bermuda Triangle. That's the same latitudes right there. That's the same latitude that the Red Sea crossing was. And in the Japan Sea, that's called the Devil's Triangle. So this 29 degrees north is where I would be cautious when you're out in the water. It seems like there's something cosmically intriguing about that. So I'm not going to get into which is which up here. The idea is, and I don't have any data for the escape, but that's what I'm talking about. The Moses of this world, instead of crossing the waters, they had to cross the mountains to get into a new watershed. This is why the separation of Nephi is important. This is why all of Arabia was important, if there were waters running. This is why this story is important. There's watersheds. So when we talk about the hill Cumorah and running from your enemy, you got to be thinking about rivers, portage across dry lands, and the fundamental idea of watersheds. This is the land southward. Just like we had Upper and Lower Egypt, North and South Egypt, Lower Egypt is North Egypt. There's a reason that they came to America, right? This is the South. This is the heartland of Nephi. Now we'll get into the heartland. But before we do that, I think Manti would be first. Okay, so let me touch on West Coast. I'm not going to touch on much of it, but this. Cusco, Titicaca, those are clearly Egyptian words. There's only one place on earth that you can stand at a mountaintop. It's called Boquete, Panama, and you can see both oceans. There's a city here called the City of David today. It's got a river that takes you up into the highlands. On this side, you've got a river that takes you up into the highlands. You would have to portage that mountain if you were to transport goods from one ocean to the other. Just like in Arabia or in the Suez Canal, they probably studied as much of this as they could, but they decided to build the canal way over here. And they have to build a lock system. They could have portaged through here. I just don't think they did for a few reasons. The primary reason being on one of the voyages, maybe the fourth voyage. Let's turn this guy off. So, do you see? This is going to be super calm. This is actually quite calm, except in the rainy seasons. This side of the ocean is not calm. So this is going to be super calm. Bocas del Toro. Certainly that's a Spanish word, but all of those words are very Egyptian in form. This is called Colon Island. In one of his journeys, he met with a local Indian tribe, probably trying to understand how to get across here. Paso means to pass. Canoas, to pass by paddlers. Canoe didn't mean the boat. It meant the operator of the boat. Lost in translation. So, notice this is a city named this. And so he met on this island with a local tribal leader. And did the local tribal leader give him misinformation or just say, no, this is where we've always taken goods, through these highlands? This island, Colon called Bastimento. Bastimento means goods or supplies. This one's called Isla Cristobal. So if you think his name was Christopher Columbus, it wasn't. It never has been. So this water's deep enough to get your boat, but this water is, you're blocking any potential storms. This is pretty calm most of the time. If a storm picks up, this is going to get a little rough, but it seems like on this island, so you can actually, there's a pier right here at Red Frog Beach. You can see there's a pier for modern boats. He could have gone all the deep bay. That's a good place to park your boat. If you don't want people to steal your stuff, they're not going to come across all this land to steal your stuff, because where are they going to carry it? So if you park your boat here and your stuff here, you just have to defend this waterway. You see any potential enemy coming. But it seems like this is very calm water. And then I think it's called the Boquete River. Where did Boquete go? So I think this currently is called the David River. So the David River would get you part way up. The Boquete River would get you part way up. You would have to portage goods. And if I was an engineer and I knew how to build boats and had ropes and pulleys and all sorts of things, I would have just built a gondola and just let beasts of burden port the goods. Buri. Or maybe Cologne went over here because this was actually a better place. So in Egypt, they actually studied the ancient records, and the Suez Canal is exactly where the ancients said to put it. In my estimation, this is not. Look, I got Savannah. The sheets. And then the other thing is Costa Rica, Costa. I recently found that word, coast, in the Egyptian dictionary. I don't remember what that means. But interestingly, you have these other things that are not done by locals. Some of it's a river, but then it seems like anciently they dug canals right next to the water. Because you do have, this is mild ocean, but it's still waves. But if you built a water canal, because the elevation is low, the water table is low, you can just build a simple boat out of papyrus to transport goods, a simple barge. Whereas this boat has to be able to withstand more severe things. So I think Rica of Costa Rica, America, I think it's all kind of tied to the mercies, the concept of mercy. Okay, so that's the only other part. I'm not going to get into, some of the minutiae with this. I would say before the Mosiah thing happened, Kon-Tiki happened. So that means this is the purebloods. Before they had to do this, they were exploring, and a group of them says, hey, let's just get on a boat. And Kon-Tiki, so Kon is like the word more or mer. It means like the leader or captain. And I think Tiki was actually Titi, like Titicaca. So this guy brought technologies to Tonga. And he was tall and he was white. And one island he went and bred with all the women. So you can go to Tonga today and see a bunch of Tonga-looking people that are tall but blonde and blue-eyed. They came from his seed. He was playing the role of Joseph. Oh, I need to go across and plant my seed. Archaeological DNA link that. I don't know if they can measure the drift that Polynesia came here or he went to Polynesia. Titicaca, Tiwanaku, Easter Island, the Olmec heads. This is all Titi. Titi is the clay of all clays. They had it written down because at the very beginning of this little story, there was a tower that needed to be covered up. So Imhotep, the peaceful one, aka Joseph, built granaries, if you want to think that was the real reason for building these things, because a famine was coming. Okay, so you have some tower here. Abraham gets drop shipped because that tower is being misused. Abraham goes into Egypt, gets an education, leaves. One of his grandchildren or great-grandchildren gets forced into slavery, goes into Egypt, learns the ways of an Egyptian, marries an Egyptian, has Egyptian children, cleaves unto his wife. His father-in-law is named Potiphar and gets changed to Potiphar Yah, Jehovah, once he gets converted. He's attractive. Potiphar's wife. Potiphar's not a eunuch. Potiphar's wife wants to have some action with Joseph, and he says, how can I do this great wickedness? It's not to sleep with another woman. It's to sleep with the tree of your wife. So I think that's found in Leviticus somewhere, that if you've had children, if you've planted your seed in a well and it brought forth fruit, Alma 32, you don't go and plant seed in the well of the tree if you planted it in the branch, because it's now a new tree. So Arikat, the great works of Imhotep, was the Khufu step pyramid and finished with the Giza pyramid. This is a geopolymer concrete. You don't have to build some big ramp and carry stone block. You have to take a piece of wood, build a little square, and you're building a brick. You take a bunch of broken down limestone, you mix it with a little fly glass and fly ash and water glass, which is part of the Egyptian recipe. You build a brick at a time. It's a concrete. It's not Portland concrete. It's a geopolymer concrete. These bricks are probably the T bricks. And then you had a capstone that was white on the diagonal. That was likely the TT brick. The TT brick could be watered down and used as a stucco on a building, like a temple. The nice thing about this geopolymer is it has electromagnetic properties. It can act as a Faraday cage. So in the center, I don't know if that's the right pyramid. I think so. In the center of the pyramid is the tower. It's not the king's chamber, but notice it had this sarcophagus-like thing, almost the size of the Ark of the Covenant. There was clearly something in the Ark of the Covenant of that size. Some sort of weapon, some sort of communication device turned into a weapon. You covered it. You first covered it with teat, basic clay, and then you did a capstone covering to make it look really cool, and it was white. And these were the same thing, but instead of being a cube making a brick at a time, you're kind of making a miniature pyramid, a diagonal half brick. Okay, so then what does Joseph say when he dies? Take my bones home. He's saying take the Ark of the Covenant with you. So his job was to cover up the place where the weapon could be used. Then he says, take my bones home. David uses the ark in a tent as a tabernacle, as a weapon of war. Solomon, the peaceful one, Jedediah, is supposed to retire the Ark of the Covenant. After Solomon, when Necho gets put into power by the Assyrians, into Egypt, some of the Kohen, who are supposed to just be the guardians of this nuclear device or whatever it is, decide to go into Elephantine, build a temple, and move the ark there. And this could have been during Manasseh or some wicked king. And so then Josiah goes out onto the plain and says, dude, what are you doing with my ark? And that's currently removed. That's not in there because it makes the Kohen look bad. And then it says the bones, Josiah somehow dies and his bones were returned. That's code speak for the ark was recovered. Even though Josiah died, he brought the ark back to Jerusalem. So now we have a Faraday cage over the tower. The Ark of the Covenant was Joseph's job to bring home with his bones. Josiah gets it. We have the keeper of the wardrobe, who's a woman, Huldah, who tells Josiah exactly what to do. So that's tied to the Messiah death event. But then it seems like Nephi's father or mother may have been the inheritor of the keeper of the wardrobe. So when they first left, they could have been part of The Misne, not the Kohen. The Kohen were the guardians of the ark. The Misne was the college, the school of the prophets and prophetesses. There would have been 12 if there were 12 tribes of Israel. If there's 10 tribes of Israel, there would have been 10. I think there were 12. There would have been 12 men who were in charge of man stuff, 12 women who were in charge of women stuff. The 12 women would be married to a man, but she would be the boss of women's stuff, and he would support her on that thing. Huldah was one of those. She told the king Josiah what to do. Hilkiah, or whoever the leader of the Kohen, of the guardians of the ark, didn't seem to be interested at all in the topic. Like, oh, just send my servant and tell him. That's not my business. My business is just to maintain the safety of the ark. But if the Misne told the Kohen, we're taking the ark out of Jerusalem because Jerusalem's going to fall, I don't think the Kohen had any power to stop them. The Kohen were just the guardians of the ark. They weren't the owners of the ark. So that makes that part of the story interesting. So then, that would mean at some point, the Ark of the Covenant was encased here. If you recall how the dedication of the Temple of Solomon, or the Temple of Jehovah that built Solomon, how this great fire came down, great lightning from heaven. At a dedication, Nephi could have had something simpler. Tupa is the god of thunder and lightning. Tupa is Tupiya. Tupi is the guy that built the temple, aka Nephi, and his god is Tupa, and that was associated with thunder and lightning. Oh snap. Thor is the god of thunder and lightning. At some point, these people, when they know the Columbia prophecy is going to happen, they go this way before Leif Erikson goes this way. Let me pause there for a minute. So the TT would have been a white plaster stucco that went on the outside of a wooden temple. The temple would have been a temple grounds. The retirement storage building that we've always classified as the temple, the Holy of Holies, that was just part of the temple. It was a school. The Misne, the college, was the headmasters of the school that would teach the children. It had a barbecue, had lunch, had water for bathing ritually and just regularly. It had trees to rest in the shade under. So it'd be really interesting if we could LiDAR that small mountain top and look for wooden posts. And then did Moses, take the ark with him, Mosiah, just like Moses took the ark with the bones. So they had whatever the weapon was, and they had the bones of Joseph. Then it says they built a box, a cedar chest, but a shetem chest out of acacia wood or whatever wood. And then they overlaid it with gold to make a Faraday cage. If there's any electromagnetic radiation coming from the device, it's in a wooden box, which slows it down, but then that metal, the gold on the outside, is the best way to stop that radiation. But it seemed like sometimes if people touched it, they got zapped, they got shocked. And then in the Holy of Holies, this guy has to put on this breastplate and this growing plate. It's like he's going in for an X-ray in modern society. So did Moshe get the ark gone? Would he have gone this way? Or which ocean would he have gone to? The Pacific or the Atlantic when he found a river valley? And I would think by that point in time, historically, Titicaca was already known, and I would think by that time in the story, Tonga was already known. So now we have Easter Island. I don't know how far north and south it is. It has these weird Maori heads. And we now know that it's made out of this same geopolymer concrete, so just a mold, as the Tiwanaku, the Easter Islands, likely the Olmecs, and then likely, if you go to the area where there were no trees and they had to build everything out of cement, aka Guatemala, this whole area. And, we look at that now and it's like, what are you saying there's no trees? Why do they, they just LiDAR'd some of Guatemala and just found hundreds, if not thousands, of these small concrete-like temples. Did they live in these? Were they houses? But it's easy. You just go and get a bunch of dirt, mix it with fly ash, mix it with water glass, and a little bit of water. You put it in some sort of wood box, you tamp it down, you let it dry, and it's a huge brick. And this data point I recently discovered, but the one guy researching it, he's been working on this for as long as I've been alive. And he obviously doesn't have a Book of Mormon angle, but he does have a Joseph in Egypt angle. So this is called the Geopolymer Institute. He first read an article in 1973, and he's like, oh, these bricks are man-made, talking about the bricks of Giza. He's recently published an article about how the Tiwanaku was similarly made, as well as Easter Island. So there's this old Incan story about an Incan chieftain taking 10,000 balsas, and that's kind of a crude word for like a raft. Just tie a bunch of logs together, you make a raft. And I thought he took them with soldiers to go fight, because then it said he went to the ring of fire, he came back with a jawbone, and a jawbone should be a dog whistle. It means Lehi, is one of the meanings of Lehi. And but now as I read some of this, so the first thing he developed, so geopolymer is a Faraday cage without too much detail there. That's pretty easy to see. So it's pretty interesting, but in 1973 he first stumbled across this. And he's had someone 3D print a building with this stuff, but this was his primary thesis, is the pyramids of Egypt were built with these artificial stones. It's actually written in the hieroglyphs if you read it. If you cared to want to know the truth, it's always been staring you in the face. In my entire life, he's kind of known this. So let's just jump. So he goes, and some of the data has been peer reviewed and updated, but the fundamental thesis is so he would study the elements and the chemistry required to make the reaction, and that was what that thing that just flashed was. And so they did an experiment with it. This is them after a couple years breaking it apart, after they'd put two together. So see how close that could be? So if you built a box, built the first one, stamped it down, removed the box, just like a concrete form, put this one up against it, and put just a side box around it, a new form, you couldn't fit a sheet of paper there. And it looks like a solid piece, but it wasn't. So this is the difference between Amen and Kumen. One is the addition god, one is the subtraction god. The subtraction god had cut
insect.
So this is the Egyptian. He talks about Arikat, but I sent him a note about the link to Arica Chile without the T, and he's like, no, that can't be.
Chufren and
So if I went from Khufu to here, that means the technology already was in Egypt, it seems like, before Joseph showed up. So I'm assuming Joseph might have been Imhotep. He shows up, he builds the big ones. So they'd designed the technology for these little temples. He's like, oh, I can cover the tower with it. So the Nubian pharaoh had carved out of granite stuff, brought it north, and made the tower. And it seems like with this Arikat, with these geopolymer bricks, Joseph of Egypt covered the tower.
It is made of.
So this is the tower. It seems like he covered the tower. So if this was some telecommunication symbol or some sort of weapon device or the ability to call in a nuclear strike or whatever it was, it's now covered with a Faraday cage. And then he put white capstone on it using the TT, not the teat. So that's important. And then he later figured out that Tiwanaku. Come on, now I can't see. Okay, so now he figured out Tiwanaku was made that way, and then he also found out that Easter Island was made that way. So I sent him a note saying, can't you just put like a liquid on the thing and just look at the composition and just look, or do you have to do a full spectral analysis? And I specifically asked about the Olmec heads, because he's shown the Pyramid of Giza, he's shown Tiwanaku, and he has shown Easter Island, which I don't see here. Let's search. Let's see if I can find Easter. Yeah, so that was part of his Tiwanaku video, I guess. And then they showed how it can be used to filter wastewater and garner electricity in the process. It has electromagnetic Faraday type properties. So why does this all matter? This is how you follow innovation diffusion. Joseph of Egypt did it. They're doing it in Titicaca. They're doing it in Easter Island. The Olmec heads likely were this. You just put dots on the map. Now, how would Nephi have known this? Because he had the records of Joseph. Why do spiritual sacred records have to be only about God? It seems to be about knowledge and truth. If you look at the Gangan subcontinent of what we call India, a lot of their Shlatkis were just science. So now we have all of this knowledge and wisdom of Joseph, and now we can put dots on the map. And so some of you might be like, oh, no, you're saying Thor. Like, I don't know the ending, but what I do know is this was the Heartland South. This was the Midland, and this was the Heartland North. So let's finish up the geography. So Manti, Anti means east, means water, or Am means people. In Egyptian, Manti can mean the boat from the east or the rising sun. So if this is your waypoint, certainly you could use all these islands as waypoints. Why would you pick this one? So here I have Koba, here I have Cuba. I have Havana, Anna, that Jehovah provides. You could dig in anywhere. All of these places were important. This narrative that Mormon chooses to share is about the battles tied to Manti. It's not Manti. Anti is likely that pronunciation. And anti means to kind of tie together. So I can tie all the travel here, which is into the Sidon lands. I can easily get across to the eastern seaboard. I can easily get to all of these lands. So the Carib are likely the people of Laman. So what would have been a better name for this sea? It would have been the Marib, the bitter seas, and so there's a Marib there. The Tupi. But for these people, they haven't. So for everyone here, there's Tupi. This is where Tupi would be known, in this knowledge center. This knowledge center would be a different knowledge center, but now I have access to the other oceans. So from here, I could travel here, somehow portage goods, and travel all the way up there, all the way as far as you want. Ishkaret and Manti both mean from the rising sun. Ishkaret, I believe, is a port arrival, and it's similar to Iriantum. From the east, this is how you would arrive. You wouldn't have such directions if you're going on a river. It would be from the east, would be going upstream. Okay, so a big flaw in a lot of the geographies of the Book of Mormon is the word wilderness means sea, and that just unlocks this entire Manti problem. Okay, on this seaboard, I still have Savannah, and I don't have Myrtle Beach, but I guess we'll get to that. So this is the Midlands, and then every time you have a river valley, and you can have peoples on those river valleys. Small river valleys like here, the main river valley, Sidon, I don't know what they call it. And that is what we call the Mississippi. And that is the heartland model. This is the lands northward. To get from this place to this place, Zarahemla, is 21 days by boat. Could we do that in a modern boat? Sure, no problem. What would that be traveling on those rivers? We can still do that leg. It seems like a sailboat is limited when you get to Chicago based on a bridge there. There are locks on the Mississippi, but it's still all doable. So where did the Ark of the Covenant go? I don't know. Did it go to this shore? Did it go to Tonga? Who knows? Is it still buried here? Like, is that super important to me? No. What is important to me is the diffusion of the technologies and an understanding of this story so we understand this story. We are an island surrounded by empty wilderness. It's the same story. Was this the city of Atlantis? The city of Zion, of Enoch? Well, it's circular. It fits the 500 dimensions mentioned in Revelation. Maybe. It's not super important to me. But the whole point is you're trying to build a consistent theoretical frame that everything can map together. So I don't know if I want to turn on all that. Yeah, let's go into that. So let's get rid of, is this here? Yeah, I should have. If you don't think we live in hell, use Google Earth for a few minutes. So this is me just showing you how many river systems and peoples you would have living on the different river systems. Okay, so we have to start with Melech. So let's turn this other stuff off. I'm just showing you the coastal plains. Right? This is me just quickly hacking out the coastal plains. It's not precise. If you want to know what the Jershon Plain is, there you go. I would call it the Carolina Plains primarily, but it goes all the way up to New York City. Sirion would be the highest mountain in the region. It would have snow on it in the wintertime. The Phoenicians called Mount Hermon Sirion because it was the tallest mountain with snow on it. The Appalachians don't have really tall mountains. This is the tallest mountain. Okay, Sirion. So let's turn off the Jershon Plains. I don't know, like, I don't want that as a link, but since I live in 1996, Google Earth doesn't allow me to take care of that. So you have to understand where they started. If they were Phoenician boats and they knew something about latitude and they went just straight west, this is approximately where they would end up, 31 degrees north. So let's go to Tyre. And this is prophesied in Isaiah. It says one group will go north, and mentions some city to the north, and one will go south. So 33 degrees. If I know anything about sailing, and I go 33 degrees, maybe they have to hit water. Who knows what they have to do? But they certainly made there was some sort of archaeological record that says they actually circumnavigated this about 600 BC. They wanted to get to the Red Sea by circumnavigating Africa, the Phoenicians. So Columbus did the Canary Islands and made his little journey. Because the Phoenicians knew about sailing, that they just went, maybe they had to go up and down to get through the Mediterranean Sea. I don't have a problem with that. But it seems like that they arrived here would not be a problem, and it's consistent with a bunch of other things. The name of this river system would have been named by the people of Mulek, and then later when they intersected with the people of Nephi, it would have been renamed probably Ishanti. So Ishanti would have been the river system. You would have had ports here, and then you can't believe any of this water because that's a dam. But this would have been Ishanti, right? And then you just look at river systems. So if I had to defend this territory, I just have to defend every one of these entry points. And I defend all of the East Coast, where the Appalachians are the highlands. So, for example, Asheville, North Carolina, I don't know if I can find that really fast, it's protected. So the local Indians would have these little races, and they would call them races. What do you think they're racing? They're racing on the water. They're doing all sorts of, man competitions. So if you're a man, you just have to be able to hike over this mountain with a canoe, spear, or weapon. And if the boats are on both sides, then you're just manning the fortifications already in place. So this is the problem Moroni had. He needed men from Zarahemla or Bountiful, wherever, to come fight, which just means they had to get on a river, cross a mountain pass, get on a river, and man the stations. And if you recall, different cities were taken, and I think Teancum died just up here, and it's interesting that later there was a famous Native American called Tecumseh. Okay, so you arrive here 600 BC. You're not of the Nephi class. You're not going around proselyting, doing your thing. You could be. You could have your own stories. You don't seem to have a written record. So this, again, could be a north-south A-B test, right? This is a land of abundance, a land of proselyting with records. This is a land without records. I'm doing an ANOVA. What's the difference? So certainly you would have friendly tribes that you would associate with. You would explore the coastlines. You have superior technologies to the locals. And you would call this Mount Sidon. Why would you call it Sidon? Sidon was a major port of commerce. So it seems like you could be trading here, and I don't know if I thought I had put it up here, but you'd explored far enough up these river systems to do your migration, and you were in Zarahemla. Why would you be in Zarahemla? Well, if you need to understand your goal. Is your goal expansionism, or is your goal Caesarean? Is your goal self-preservation? Cicero, to your own self be true. Nephi clearly was an expansionist. He was a proselytizer. It seems like Mulek was trying to find ideal land, so maximum food production, which is grains and beef, or protein, with minimal conflict. You don't have to fight. You don't get attacked. Whatever. So then it would make sense that they island hop. They could have set up ports because that's what Phoenicians did. This would have been a major port hub. They could have explored lots of these river systems. If you see where they landed, they understood latitude. And latitude is just a function of the shadow of the sun. So they understood that clearly. And then they're exploring. You got to understand, they're doing this for 400 years. We have no knowledge of what they're doing. And I can't believe I don't have Zarahemla on here. I thought I put it on here. And they may have gone all the way up into the area that later got named as Bountiful. And Zada, the issue that brings me relief or comfort. Hebrew. Okay, so what's interesting is just south here, you've got, the Des Moines River. Every time you have a confluence, and you know anything about water, that confluence is where you would put in a trade hub. St. Louis, ancient trade hub. Looks like there's some sort of water passage here at Cairo. Oh, Cairo. Yeah, the locals named it because they liked Egypt. Okay. Or the ancients that lived here called it Cairo, and you got here and you heard some rumor, you called it what the ancients called it. Okay, so this is going to be the watershed of Bountiful. I don't think that's the whole watershed. But you need to understand everything in terms of rivers. So let's see. I can get rid of you. So let's get rid of Hilkamore for now. So right now we're talking about Zarahemla, Surion, the landing point, the mouth. That's what we're talking about. Mormon is not giving us a detailed explanation of anything. That's not the purpose. Every time he tells a story, it's to include information that reveals some of the beauty of his language, in my estimation. I think it was a literary piece more than a historic. Like, it was telling the story, but like not as a white man would tell the story. Okay, so now we need to talk about Americam Bountiful. Now imagine you're Joseph Smith and you come across this. Anciently, they knew this land was America. Well, where do you think the land name came from? Americo Vespucci, of course. You read his voyages and it's like, you want to talk about fiction. So likely there were cronistas with the colonistas, the conquistadores. They were bringing all this data back to Europe, and it seemed like northern Italy was getting a lot of it. One of the Medicis bought as many of the wood carvings as he could, and then somehow they mysteriously all got burned. And Vespucci was living in that area. Galileo was living in that area. And then all of a sudden, people in northern Europe, northern Italy, got really smart. It's kind of like Alexander of Macedonia going to the Gangan people and coming back, and then all of a sudden the Greeks got smart, and Euclid and Archimedes and all these people got really, really smart. Aristotle, Plato. No, that's not what happened, right? they got information from how a society was living, took it, collected it. They're like, oh, and then they got smart. So for Amerigo Vespucci to make up fiction about his 3 voyages based on the knowledge coming back is easy. I named an entire continent out of some guy that just was one of a million guys going on a voyage. It's ridiculous. Most names for geographical places are based originally on the names given by the locals. Kentucky, Mississippi, Arkansas, Bama. Georgia is clearly not local. Carolina's not local. Virginia's not local. That's all English names. But if I dig into even Georgia, Savannah, where do you think that came from? If you just look at the Indian names, they're all Egyptian. And in the 1820s, 1830s, there were people making that conjecture here about South America with the Guarani language. They're like, it's Egyptian. But that got shot down, right? For whatever reasons, it's super not important to me. But it would seem that this part of America, Bountiful, they would have understood. So let me turn this on. Let's just go to there. So when you're going up a river, the thing that stops you from going up a river is called a waterfall or a catarata. There's a place near a, so it's called Louisville today, but if you look at some of the names of the area, it's literally called Portland. It's called Portland because if you're bringing goods up the river, even in the riverboat days, you had to unload them here, somehow get them across, and keep going if you want to go up the river or give them. This is why you would have a city here. Because all this, because it's getting off a boat, it's already off a boat. So all the people that are close to this area could immediately get access to goods. Or you have to put it in a boat and keep going. So that's why I'm calling this the Gates to Bountiful, right? From a river system protection, the first river you want to protect is the mouth, right? Captain Moroni, fighting the Battle of Monteith, was fighting them here at the mouth. This was the wilderness. So he has all these these flat boats that grow like weed because it is a bulrush. So what technologies would Memorial Day Captain Moroni have in his battles of Monteith? So let's look at bulrush in America. So it's called the giant bulrush in American. How about diffusion map? That's how I think about all these things. Bulrush is just a technology. Cat. And then they're gonna have some modern fiction about where it came from. Okay, I'm looking for a map of natural habitats. Bulrush. Native. It's not native, but maybe that's what I need to look for. Okay, so there's the bulrush. Look, it's surrounding Monte, right? And that's called the Cuban bulrush, but I could care less. Here's another one, like the detail, that one's also Cuban. Coba, the Coba. So I have Cuba in Monte, I have Kobah, and Abraham, the sacred place of Mecca, or Medina, Mecca, is the Kobah. This is pre-Muhammad. Muhammad now uses the Kobah as part of the worship. They were remembering this meteor rock tied to Abraham. Okay, so now let's see if I can find it with Tor platform. That is not a Tor platform. How about Titicaca floating platform? I don't know. Okay, so these are the floating platforms they can build. They can build a simple catamaran. This is very similar to the Fijian Drua, but it's made all out of, oh, look, Uros. That couldn't be Egyptian. So you can build these entire floating islands. You can have houses on there. It's a floating island that's a house. You certainly can use them for blockades. So, if your enemy's trying to get up a river system, guess what you do? You put a bunch of these floating islands on there with soldiers. And in the back, you could have them with houses that the soldiers can sit and eat. And then in the front, you just have platforms to fight. Your boat cannot get through here. So I guess it's called Uros Floating Islands. Let's see what they call the bulrush. They're calling it Torah. Tor means bulrush in either Egyptian or Hebrew. If I say it twice, this is the bulrush of all bulrushes because it's so big. So if you can get this stuff to grow and you can weave it, you can build boats out of it. Do I have a Wikipedia page here? Okay, I think I've said enough about that. So the point is, you build all these barricades at the mouth of this river. Your enemy cannot come up this river. Every mouth of every river. So these peoples way up here seem to like the name Tau. So I would call this the Tau River Basin. And the highlands is the safest place for those peoples. This was a center of trade. This is more isolated because it's on a different river. It goes through Oswald. Oh no. So you could interact here, but you have to go over highlands and know who they are. Look, Tau is everywhere. This is my estimation for where the reservation for the Hopi were eventually given. This is where the Hopi currently live. But they were the people of Anti-Nephi Lehi. So if you understand the geography, they lived here. They got moved to Cocoa Beach, Mirit Island. War followed them, so they were moved to Sabana. They probably got moved up into Sabana. And then at the very end, it just says they got moved to a safe place. And at the very end, it says they went north. Now, did they go north from here to here? That's not very far north. I think it's a summary. Like, this is where they were. They went north. That north didn't work. Remember, that's the east north. They were calling themselves the people of the east. But this is actually east. Right? But that's why Antib, you can't just say Antib just means east. It's a fundamental reason it means east. But Anti also means to bind or to tie together, like you would tie ropes together. So to some degree, this was kind of a symbol of the repair of the separation of Nephi and his brother in the name. We're tying Nephi back to the birthright, because the firstborn, no matter what Nephi says, is not Nephi, it's Laman. But it's also saying I'm tying myself to the society that Nephi chose to build. So in some ways, it's Laman saying, I'm coming in, but based on your society, I'm abstracting those principles, and a free society should have a freedom from war. I don't want anything to do with war. So based on not having knowledge for hundreds of years and then having knowledge through missionary work, they suddenly are saying, oh, it seems like war, even for good reasons, is not the solution. Peace is the solution. So what were they reading to come to that conclusion? So this is kind of like an Indian reservation in reverse. It's like, we don't want to fight, we'll grow some food, we'll help you guys out economically, but we're kind of done with contracts. And then you've got Helaman with the virgin stripling warriors. So they were probably out of time, meaning the traditional system of exogamic marriage practices at puberty, at the bar mitzvah, could not occur because you're in a state of war, and they're moving, right? They've gone from there to there to there to there. And so you've got maybe 2,000 boys that maybe as old as 15 or 16, when at 12 they're supposed to do their bar mitzvah thing, and they said, well, we didn't make that promise, we weren't adult. So they're actually using the same logic their parents are using, like, we're not bound by your contract, to actually go fight. And then I think about Chief Joseph, who's way up here later, saying, so he's up here, he tries to flee like this. Maybe he made it to Canada and the federales lied or whatever, but he says, I will lay down my sword and I will fight no more forever. That sounds exactly what would have transpired with the people that we call anti-Nephi, Lehi. And so I think I'm about done. So I was reviewing what some people call, as I was, building out this thing, some of the minutiae of the Book of Mormon's not real striking for me, but I wanted to make sure that, I've already got the high points, but I wanted to make sure some of the minutiae lined up. So we have a place here called David, according to this guy. We have a city of the sea. And I'm telling you, there's a city and a river called David, which would be the shortest way to port across that. Desolation, I think, gets misapplied. Desolation could have been something from the beginning of the earth, Sahara, these major desolations that you can just see on a map. Wilderness, obviously the big miss with the wilderness is ocean can be wilderness. And so then that Melech is up one river system. I don't care if that's the Arkansas River or the Rio Grande. It seems like Antipada would have been the Colorado River system. And again, Ante here might mean east. I think Ante means east here. So at some point, the Zoramites, the chief financial officers, are going to set up shop. Where would they set up shop, right? Where would the chief place of economy be in the Heartland model? It would be right here. So this seems to be the Moroni at the end game of what I would call the Nephi people of Mormon. So Mormon's like, we're all dying, this is the last of us. Sounds very much like Coriantumr. How does he know? How does he know if all the people over here are dead? He doesn't. And I don't know if this is the contemporary Fenimore Cooper Last of the Mohicans seeping its way into some sort of scribal influence, but that's unknowable. And then the Chronistas, you know, they show up here and they're like, oh, the kids are out playing with these little ropes and these poles and throwing these little things on the pole, very similar to a maypole, but like some sort of loop ring with a string, and you'd try to throw it on top of the pole, and then you'd go around with that ribbon or something around the pole. And then it says the men and women are sitting under a tree on a blanket or in the grass or whatever, and they just start having sex in front of everybody. And the men and women are completely naked. They don't even have a hair on their body except on their head. And they're tall and white and beautiful. I wonder why it was so hard to get colonistas and conquistadores and coronistas to come. They're going to a land where there's these tall, white, beautiful women after 1492. So Mormon has an end of his people. So this, and then you just take every river valley, there's like 8 of them along here. As long as you blockade the river and defend the river, this is all peaceful. And then Bountiful is the peaceful of the peaceful because of the nature of the land for growing food and having things like bison come and live out next door to you. So you have an infinite supply of protein, you have an infinite supply of grain, and then the chief financial officers would maintain the trade center here. So this would be the people of Nephi and their trade center. So certainly you would think that when they met with the people of Mulek and the Phoenicians that they would have kind of exchanged notes. And they went here, and so for them to go up into the Dulles and these areas is not a problem, to go up to the Lakotas later, that the Lakota languages are the same as the languages of the Santee. You know, so this is one linguistic map by one set of scholars. Doesn't surprise me. The Hopi is definitely a little bit of a stretch, but I don't think it's too much of a stretch. And so this is the heartland model of the North. So this is the collision of a stick of Joseph and a stick of Ezekiel, what does that say? And a stick of Judah. A branch, a genealogy, a people of the two will collide. The Pe-Haran Moroni story isn't what you think it is. It's a story of, not everyone agreed with King Mosiah or Benjamin or whoever. They said, we have the records and the best boats and the best swords, which wasn't spoken, therefore we will be kings. Now, then I ask myself, did Mormon actually put all the data in? And did the scribe say, oh, let's not put that in? Or did Mormon not include it? Okay, so the city of Bountiful is obvious. It would be Columbus. Colombu, the people of Cologne. It's not a surprise there. There's an ancient trade river here where one of the little Miamis went on an ancient map. It used to be called Cologne, like Columbia or something. So the river that takes you to Columbus is right here. It's called the Scioto River. There's a little offshoot of the Scioto River, and that would obviously be the Temple of Bountiful. It's within 5 minutes of a river. So it doesn't matter which way it goes. You just have to go upstream, downstream, take a left, do whatever, you get to that river. Okay, so this is the heartland. This is Zarahemla. And then I think I want to show Cahokia and then get into... So Cahokia is an interesting place because it's earthworks. It's like the biggest earthworks we have if we don't consider that maybe Cumorah is not a glacial, whatever the archaeologists say, but it's actually an earthwork. Because Cahokia and Cumorah are the same height. which is interesting. The volume here is not as big. And then I called it Cahoya. I have no idea what it was named. The city of St. Louis, there was another one on this other river. And you'll notice there's a confluence of rivers here. So these could have been markers with banners on them on the hilltop, basically telling people that were traveling by river where they were. Like, here's a confluence marker. This is the land of Cahokia. This is the land of Cahoya. So you don't make a wrong turn. Because if you read the Book of Mormon carefully, it seems like a couple times they made wrong turns and ended up having some adventures. The timing of Cahokia is kind of the point I want to make. So we have the number 5 embedded in our story that somehow gets converted to 3, but Samuel the Lamanite stuff doesn't seem to get converted to 5. So it seems like with Samuel the Lamanite there was the comet that we attribute to Halley. It's not Halley's comet. It'd be nice to know what they called it. And then there was a 5-year gap, and then there was a supernova. Kepler and others suggested this. We have no knowledge. We can't know when the supernova would have occurred, but the supernova would have been tied to the birth of Yeshua. Now, when I say birth, do I mean conception, or do I mean delivery? And you can debate all that all you want. But it seems like with Samuel the Lamanite and the data from King Herod, you can kind of piece together a window there that there's this 5-year bound. There was all these signs in heaven, and if Herod was a bad guy and was looking at him, he was going to get confused. There were just too many. So were the Nephites, the people of Nephi. So this brown guy comes out of the woodwork and says, "Haven't you read this stuff?" And the church leader, Nephi the son of Nephi the son of Nephi the son of Helon, it's like, "I don't know what to do with this guy." And the guy's telling him, "Well, you better watch out, better not shout. Santa Claus, that's not good. Yeshua's coming to town, and if you want to get baptized, go join that guy's church." Like, Samuel the Lamanite wasn't saying, "I want to create a church." He was just saying, "Did you forget the signs in heaven?" And then Yeshua comes to America and is like, "Are you guys a little bit racist towards those brown guys? Didn't Samuel the Lamanite say something? You guys didn't write it down?" "Oh, yeah, we forgot." Do you see how I'm taking the Book of Mormon and I'm making it somewhat plausible? Every time a scribe writes, they're going to put their biases and influences there. We have enough data points to see those. Why would Yeshua say, "Where are the words of Malachi, and where are the words of Samuel the Lamanite?" Samuel the Lamanite told about the stars. He was an astrologer. "Oh, we can't talk about astrology. That's anti-Mormon, anti-Judeo-Christian. It says it in the Old Testament." Okay. So now we have those events. At the birth of Jacob, those events probably happened, maybe in the reverse order. The supernova for Jacob wouldn't have been as large, but maybe he just saw the comet and was told about the supernova. So now imagine you see that at Jacob's birth, and then you're traveling in the desert for 8 years, and you can explain what those events were in the heavens. It's a great marketing tool, right? If proselytizing's your thing. So what's interesting about Cahokia is in 1054, there was a supernova. And then in 1066, there was the famous return of the comet we attribute to Halley, which is out of the Orion star system. And then it seems like the prophecy would have been like a time map. Like, within 5 more seasons of that comet, Colombia, in Cologne, Imbia means arrives. And I believe the 600-year prophecy of Jacob was also tied to a 2100-year prophecy to the year, within a year, of Colombia. So at the time of the people of Nephi, early on, it was like in 600 years, Yeshua is going to be born and do all this stuff. And in 2100 years, this guy named Colombia is going to come and kill you all. Very Kafkaesquian, very Dostoevsky, very dark. Like, you're going to all die, you're all wicked. But what is that going to do to you as a people? You're going to go with the cortisol responses, fight or flight, or you can fade to light, or you can proselyte. So when I later say, oh, maybe they went to Northern Europe and proselyte, so if you know the bad guy's coming from there, let's go and convert him so he won't be a bad guy. That's a possibility. Then you look at the Iberian Peninsula, and where do they get these big boats that they came with? Likely crashed on the shore. They called them initially not Noah, but Nao, which is probably what the locals said, oh, this is our boat. It's called Nao. Probably a Hagoth boat. A combination of Phoenician and Nephi technology would have been the boat of all boats. I'm not saying Hagoth went to Scotland, Scandinavia, Anglo-Saxon France. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a possibility because if you know within a time frame you have that opportunity. So let's talk about what we do know. In 1492, when he did arrive, there was some strange, one of these islands has this really strange central bay to it. You have to be a really good sailor to port inside. So this isn't a full example, but it could have been this island. I don't know. But like you have to be a really good sailor to get in here. What do we know factually that happened? Columbus arrived with Colon, Imbia, with 3 boats. He returned to Spain with 2 boats. He didn't return to Spain. Whether it was intentional or not, he went to Portugal. The second boat captured a bunch of slave girls and he and his crew was raping them as much as they could. They didn't return to Spain either, unless it was like Barcelona. They went all the way to like Barcelona, Genoa. They went into the Mediterranean Sea, did not want to go back to Spain, because the investors lost the boat. And then if the investors lost the boat, why did they lose the boat? Is what we were told in the original narrative, the true story. We don't have the original journals from the journey. He took the original journals, gave them to this Bartolomé de las Casas, who then curated them, likely because he wanted to make sure it removed any Jewish angles, because Cologne could have been Colom from Barcelona, could have been this big Jewish family. His children, when he died, when he inherited all this land, didn't even know his story. Like, his children didn't know the true story. He's like, don't worry about it. You were given all this land. So this entire land was given to his children. Colombia. Colon, Imbia. Imbia means arrival in Guarani and Hebrew. Don't worry about it. We don't even know the true stories. So we're supposed to believe a few men stayed behind among all these natives and built a fort out of the boat that somehow got sunk on the shoals or whatever. What really happened is he probably pulled into port, saw a boat very similar to his but better. They quickly attacked. He lost his boat. He had to get on the other person's boat. He was upset at the third guy that was just out fornicating with women, and when he got back to Europe, he brought the black curse of the Book of Mormon to Europe. It was called syphilis. Your private parts turn black. It's visible within the generation. With the antibiotics, if you have the technologies, you have the shamans, it can be cured. The Book of Mormon is racist. No, if you're a sexual fornicator and you get syphilis, your private parts are going to turn black. Now, if everyone's walking around naked, they know who has the black private parts. Now there's a reason to be walking around naked. You can't hide your shame. Your shame is not your private parts, it's whether your private parts turn black because of this sexually transmitted disease. So the third captain gets back to Genoa or wherever and dies within like 6 months because he must have had a really good time with a certain class of women. So that now, going back to the Columbia prophecy, did you send those women to that boat? You're like, oh, this guy. Let's send some women that are diseased up. So to me, it seems like Columbia met a superior force, they attacked him, and then they took off. They knew the prophecy was fulfilled. And part of knowing was probably the boat looked too familiar. It was one of their own boats. And so what would you do? You would go up a river valley, because then you bought yourself 100 years. You would know for a fact. So on the second voyage, he comes with a doctor who writes his own journal, so we kind of get that this may have happened. Because in the second journal, diary, the doctor goes to another tribe, and the other tribal leader says, I don't know where they went. And the other tribal leader pretends to be sick, and the doctor examined it. He's not sick, he's just afraid. Of course he's afraid. He knows what Columbia means. He knows these people attacked, and he knows those people fled. He has no bargaining power position. He's just terrified. So in the flight thing, he's just full of fright. The other group did the flight. They encountered the enemy, and then they got out of Dodge because they were capable. They had a boat to do so. So if I were to get out of Dodge, I would have gone to Cahokia. And that's the tie-in there. So 1054, there seemed to have been a supernova. 1066, there was the comet of Halley. I'm assuming the 2100-year prophecy also had a prophecy that within 5 seasons of the comet, after the supernova comet conjunction in 1054, 1066, was the window of Columbia. So if you forgot to keep track of your time, you know how to count a year. There's no problem understanding where the summer solstice is. It takes you like a day to figure that out. Okay, so now I then take 1066 and I add 5 seasons. 1066, the average of the comet we attribute to Halley is 75 years. It's a function of how much it gets distracted by the inner planets, why it's not precise in its orbit. So I have 5 seasons of the comet plus 1066, and that's going to probably get me close to the window. So the prophecy might have been a secondary prophecy because people forgot the 2100-year prophecy. So the prophecy might have been a sign of heaven would be within 5 seasons after this conjunction of a supernova and the comet, and you were born within 5 seasons during your lifetime, you would see the end of, well, you would see Columbia. So within, that's how old I am actually this year. That's funny. So 51 years after the comet. So I think we had the comet in 86. And I would estimate by the time we see it again, I'll be, that's 75 years after 86, whatever that is. That's endgame. That's beyond time, but maybe it could be. My point would be, Cahokia may have had that knowledge. So when the first event occurred, what I'm calling the conjunction, which would have been the supernova of 1054 and the comet of 1066, they may have taken counsel. Maybe that's when Cahokia was built. Now I'm saying that because some of the other tribes, and I'm going to specifically talk about this group just vanished about 1450. About 1400. One archaeologist think maybe they went up here into these highlands. Another think they took the rivers and went all the way here. That's a long trek if you don't believe in river travel. So this is the archaeologists explaining about this. If you look at some of the records here of the Catholic Church, it also seems like there was a huge negative birth rate. And so this is what I would call is fade to light. If you know it's going to happen, just don't have children. You live a life, you live peacefully, because you're kind of in a remote area. It's going to be a while before they get to you and kill you and rape your children. But some of the wood carvings from here, like one of the wood carvings has this picture of a little house, a woman hanging herself, and her little daughter dead by the door of the house, and her daughter's like 4 years old. And the wood carving says the woman took a club, beat her daughter to death, and then hung herself. Okay, that's a little more gruesome. But if you're a woman on the shorelines when these men are first arriving, would you rather beat your daughter to death or let her be a sex slave her entire life? Because she's tall, beautiful, and white. So those are the different ways you could deal with the prophecy. But obviously, Colombia, encountered some boat tribe that then fled, and I would guess they went up to Cahokia, they said, he's here, and then everyone scattered. So, the Lakota Dakotas were probably already up here, but then they pushed inward because they know through their entire cultural experience, right? Rivers are the answer. And because of changes of technology, that kind of bites them. So if I were to go back to the time of the Jesuits finally arriving in Oberá, at some point some of the locals are like, we don't want to embrace this Jesuit Christian thing. We're going to leave. So about 4,000 of them got together and they left. And what they did is they left the river system, just went out into a valley between river systems. So they traveled, let's say, 100 miles, and then they just stopped and they planted crops. And so in the modern form of war and control, they're like, oh, they're just right there. Because in their culture and society, you would always leave by fading into the jungle across the land, because everyone traveled by boat. But now the system was reversed, or both, or whatever. So if you look at the kind of the 1400s to 1450s, it's like they knew what was going to happen. So if you were in a remote area, you could choose to continue living your life. You could literally kill yourself. You could fade to light, meaning you just don't have children. You could fight and then take off. And so Cahokia, then if you go back and look at Cahokia, it makes sense why it would be created about 1054 and why it would be empty by 1450 or 1492 or whenever, right? The other thing I've thought about with Cahokia is Cahokia might be a map. So the biggest mound might be, you are here. So you go to, the tomb of this or the tomb of that. This might have been, wars you were having. And in relation to that primal map, based on your understanding of the rivers and the sun and the light and all the shadows, it might have been you were burying people from that group. Well, Cahokia has burials of human sacrifice. That is unknowable. So in one of the famous burials, they found a man dressed with like this big cloak of these seashells, which might have been a sign of his prowess as a tradesman, on the rivers. And it shows a bunch of other people. So in one scenario, it seems to show a bunch of people that were had wounds, that were cut up. Some of them seemed to be moving their fingers before they died, that they weren't fully dead, and they were buried. And then you have this other group of girls that seem to all have been strangled. And the archaeologists want to conclude, that was human sacrifice. Well, I can think of 16,000 ways that girl could have been strangled. I just told you one, right? This woman smashed her daughter to death and hung herself because she didn't want to be sexually abused the rest of her life. The enemy came and strangled her. Possibly her husband came and strangled her. So if your society is based on the concept of harem, that the women and children are in the center of an area, whether it's an island or whatever, and the men protect the borders, when the men start dying, they're going to tell the women, right? And then the women have a choice. Do I want to be a sex slave to this man forever, or do I just want to go to heaven, right? It's not a hard choice. So then go back and review the Cahokia and say, oh, how do you know that's human sacrifice? That's just academic bling. They want to get clickbait for the academic journal so they can get in the newspaper and get whatever. They have no knowledge that that was human sacrifice. So then, now look at Cahokia like a "you are here" map, like a mall map. Cahokia is the big mound. So then if they buried some people there, it's like they were, after they were destroyed or defeated by, whether it was the white man or enemy tribes, they were able to go collect the bodies and put them in this modern Cumorah, this burial ground, this raised platform burial ground. Oh, where did those bodies come from? Oh, they came from Arkansas. Okay, go put it in that mound, because in our little miniature map, Cahokia, you are here. That's the mound for those peoples of Arkansas. And it could have been based on familial relations. So that's part of my thinking with Cahokia. So let's finish with Cumorah. So the idea of Cumorah, and that's not, is the gates of Bountiful have fallen. So it seems like Mormon and Moroni, the son of Mormon, they would have built all of these defense measures. They would have put Tortor in the river to blockade it, logs in the river to blockade it. That they had all these defenses on this side of the river is kind of interesting, because you're traveling by river. You cannot move over land. But once this is taken, the gate, you're in trouble, right? So you have to evacuate Bountiful. This is the city, this is the temple. There was probably an airburst event at Fort something, one of these earth mounds, right around here, right near the temple, when the Messiah death event happened. So you need to get gone. The fundamental rule of getting gone is you need to get to another river system. Okay? They're probably have already taken all this. They can get up the coast. So you need to go to a deep, dark river system. So where are you going to go? Okay? This is the gate to Bountiful. You have to go north. So I kind of sketched these. It'd be nice if you could just kind of turn on the rivers. So Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the three rivers. One of them is the Allegheny. This is called the Allegheny Shield. The other one is this river. You see how it kind of runs parallel to the Allegheny, and it's called the Susquehanna. And if those don't, Hana, that God provides. Allegheny, Guyana, right? Like if you can't see that, certainly language is going to morph over time. And then separately, I kind of did this thing, like this part's not correct, but this kind of says, they say when the ice glaciers melted, this is kind of as far as it went. So up here, you would have these random hills in the middle of nowhere. And down here you wouldn't, because this is where the ice sheet, when it receded, stopped. And so currently the hill Cumorah is considered to be one of those mountains from the glacial form. And I'm saying, maybe. So at the time of Joseph Smith, before the Smithsonian kind of gave the go-ahead for everyone just to plow them under, from Cahokia to New York City, right here, this region, there were 200,000 of these round burial earth mounds. And one guy in 1790, his name was Thomas, I don't think it was Thomas Jefferson, he tried to be archaeological about it. He had people dig in to a certain area, he measured the number of skeletons, the position, he did some math and calculated. And he said, whenever an Indian would walk by, the Indian would look for a round stone, similar to a seer stone, and throw it on top of the mound. And say, mutter some prayer or something. So he digs in, he explains that the bodies are scattered in all directions. Sometimes they're upright, like some 90-year-old just went and stood on top of the mound, died, fell over, and had his bones just stay there, and then eventually he got buried. Others seem to be buried in groups, sometimes in a circular form with like the leader at the head. And I don't know if he said east was the head. And then he estimated that the mound was about 20 feet high. And I think he wanted to say either 20 feet in radius or diameter. And this is 1790. And he estimated that, based on the sample he had taken, based on computing the volume, he's estimating there are 10,000. No, yeah, it doesn't matter. 10,000 or 1,000 bodies in that one burial mound. And there's 200,000 of these in this area we call Bountiful in the Book of Mormon frame. It doesn't matter if it's 1,000 or 10,000. 200,000 times 1,000 is 2 million people. Times 10,000 is 20 million people. Either one's too big, according to archaeologists. But that's actual data from the sources. There were so many rumors of 7 and 8 foot tall humans in the skeletons of these earth mounds. Sometimes it seemed like they were buried with trinkets, sometimes they weren't. So it was, grave robbing. And everyone was calling it the Smithsonian. Look what I found, look what I found. And then you expose the bones to air and maybe they vanish. Maybe they get archived by the Smithsonian. But the Smithsonian is overwhelmed. And the Smithsonian is just an arm for the federales. They don't know what to do, so they just start to tell the farmers, take what you want. So if you find any gold or whatever, just keep it. And just plow them under. Because this is good cropland. Just plow them under. So it would be nice to have a catalog of the 200,000 earthworks and where they were. There's a few that there are still remnants of because they weren't fully plowed over. And I haven't shown you the archaeological data of South America where the earthworks started. So I don't know that the people of Mulek had this earthwork strategy. I don't know if Nephi learned about this in Arabia or when he tied it to burial, because it seemed like what would happen in Jerusalem, if we understand the history, is you would have caves, you would put your dead family member in the cave, you would come back a year later, take the bones out and put them in a jar or basket or whatever, and take the bones away. But we have the cave of the patriarchs in the Levant, supposedly where the bones of the great peoples are buried. I know where Nephi figured out the idea of turning swords into plowshares and to make ring villages with elevated ground because you're in a floodplain in a river valley of the river of all rivers in Brazil. So I can understand that, and then to make platforms to preach from, it seems like, is what some of the archaeologists are saying. But it doesn't seem like in South America they were for burial. So maybe when the two peoples and cultures collided, then that changed. Or maybe in South America they were for burial. I don't know that. So maybe when they encountered the people of Jared and Mahonrai and saw the hill Cumorah was actually a burial mound. Like, it's possible that the hill Cumorah is an earthwork. Or it's a glacial whatever, like they say. Right? The height of hill Cumorah and the height of Cahokia is the same. The volume of the hill Cumorah is much larger. And that Cahokia seemed to have kind of this map layout of its peoples and where they were coming from. And burying them according to their family, kind of seems an interesting idea. So the gates are down. Remember the Isaiah scripture, your walls will be made low. Your walls are actually the logs or the floating rafts in the river. They're barricades. So Nephi, in I think First Nephi 17, he says something about, oh, I need my brother's help to launch the boat or something. And he says something about earth here, water here, earth here. And that's when he figured out the beginning of earthworks to launch his boat. And then he applied it. The easiest way to do it is in a circle. You put a post or a pillar in the ground. You put the plowshare at a certain distance with a rope. You have a beast of burden. Throw the dirt one way, throw it the other way, and you have an entrenchment round earthwork. Lots of them found in the Tocantins as defense measures. And then that would evolve over time. One of the things about the earthworks that none of the archaeologists seem to care about is the erosion rate. What did that earthwork look like when it was fully maintained? Did it have a soft shoulder, or did it have a wooden plank-like retaining wall, so it was a sheer drop-off? So consider the serpent mound. Was it a serpent mound with this round curve, or was it like a two-step thing? Because if you wanted to have an audience sit, you could make the serpent mound into kind of like someone could sit at the top, in the middle, and at the bottom. So you could kind of have this three-step system, and you could have an audience sit there. So then think about that in terms of just a typical earthwork. Even if your earthwork is your ancestors buried there, you could have the little kid sitting at the top on the flat part. Then you could have like one terrace, or the little kids could be in the front. Like, I don't care the order, right? But it seems like the old people would have a hard time climbing up there. And then you could just have a lecture, right? So you're using the circle with a retaining wall to make these, natural earth seating, and you would just use wood or whatever to make the step up. So let's say they stopped doing that in the Serpent Mound. Let's say they stopped using the facility in 1492, Serpent Mound. Okay, what's going to happen to that wood? When did they actually get and discover the Serpent Mound? So let's say it's 400 years. They do carbon dating. When was it built? Oh, it was built in, sometimes they wanted to say 880 and then 480, and then they have debates over, well, the earliest stuff we find is in, possibly the BCs, aka they don't have any idea. If I were to take any of the archaeologists and dig into the statistical methods, the assumptions of the carbon dating, etc., you can't trust it. The only thing you could trust is a core sample, where something is in something is lower in the dirt than something else, and the dirt has been untouched. A geological core, a lake core sample, a river core sample, a mud sample. The earthwork is a great example because it clearly seems to have been churned. Now, a great society, an industrious society, is a lazy society. You're not lifting baskets of dirt up and up and up. You have pulleys, you have boats, you have beasts of burden. How do you build a system to build something like Cahokia? And so in ancient Egypt, supposedly Archimedes didn't develop the water screw until 200 BC, but I would just say he got it from India in 200 BC. Nephi already collided with the peoples of India, the engineers of India possibly, at southern Arabia before he embarked. There was a system in the ancient Levant where they would take pots and put it kind of on this circular Ferris wheel type thing, and the pot would go into the water, throw it out, and put it and splash it onto a little wooden channel or whatever, just to kind of get water to flow, so you didn't have to lift up a pot every time. Industrious people are lazy. They want to make things easier so they have more free time to be smart and lazy and lazy and lazy. This is the foundation of human performance theory. We are good at something so we can be lazy. Okay, so I think I'm kind of done. So the point is, the gates are breached. Now you need to escape. You're going to go. You know this river valley better than your enemy, so you have some advantage there. So you're going to go to the three rivers. You're going to go up the Allegheny. At some point, you're going to portage, get to Syracuse and Palmyra, or possibly jump on one of these lakes, right? These are called the Four Finger Lakes. Look at this name, Ithaca. That doesn't sound Egyptian. And then Canandaigua, Iguazu. What is that sound doing up there? The answer is obvious. So this is Iagua. It's the same thing. Okay, so this is a foundational hypothesis theory for, I would say a theory for the geographies. Some things are going to move. Technology, language, diffusion models will not change. So when people focus on the Mississippi and stuff, knock yourself out. If that's what attracts you, but that doesn't explain the bookends. It doesn't explain the beginning. It doesn't explain the end. One thing I do want to emphasize is I try to read the Book of Mormon critically. If it's possible that a scribe influenced it or changed it, that is, we believe the Bible to be the Word of God as far as it is translated correctly. We also believe the Book of Mormon to be the Word of God as far as it is translated correctly. I'm not going to get into some polemic, apologetic mode. So I'm telling you, this land was called America Bountiful. You have a scribal problem. The Book of Lehi they significantly altered, and it could have been for misogynist reasons, and so then when it gets lost, they don't go back to the drafts they have and recreate it. Wasn't going back all the way to the beginning of the translation process. So they had altered the story to make it palatable. Their goal was not academic. It wasn't to bring forth the ancient record. It was to bring forth the ancient record so we can start a church. Right? There was a motivation there that created scribal influence. The concept of desolation, the concept of having 10 boundaries at the very beginning, the concept of this blue-green water world being an island around wilderness, in space, being a garden temple, a house of healing where chaos came when it wasn't invited. So if you have a war in the heavens and you built a temple garden for healing, a hospital, that's against the Geneva Convention and our mores to attack the hospital, right? But that seems to be part of the cosmic scale of things in the fractal. So this earth is a fractal. It's a river island in space. Nephi goes to river islands where this subcontinent or continent is an island in its lake or river, and he lands at a river island. So there's 3 levels of scale of that fractal. Is that not on purpose to teach us of the cosmic order of things? May God bless and keep you. This has been an overview of the geographies associated with the Book of Mormon on the planet Mormona. May God keep and bless you. Shalom. Namaste.